Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, September the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses, thank you, Green, and maybe somebody. Where's Torty or Bill Bruce? I see you're in the room, in our YouTube room. Thank you, Torty. All right, guys, guess we're good to go. Everybody can hear me, see my screen. So first of all, it looks like the market's in for a nice little pop here, guys. The SPY's up 3.3, 3.7, yeah. So the SPY is market due for a little pop this morning anyway. If that holds, take a look at what's happening. Some of the stocks that are moving right now, SINT, big move, 97%. Of course, low float. Received notice of allowance for U.S. patent on surface functionalization of zirconia toughened alumina. All right, so there's your news for SINT this morning. I'm sure they've done many reverse splits. One moment, one thing. All right. INBS. I think this is, yeah, I don't have this. Okay, INBS, I thought it was under a dollar. There's one that's under a dollar that I didn't write down. Trading higher after the company announced preliminary. So it's not an official. In fact, it's way early. November 6th is when they actually announced. But they're doing a preliminary Q4 revenue results, etc. So it's almost like it's a earnings release today for INBS. SMMT. I don't see any news. I do see news. Sorry about that. I thought that was from Friday, but it is not. So, stock soars as lung cancer drug beats Merck's in a late stage trial. So, there's that. And also, Stifel has put a $25 price target on them, and that's for SMMT. And we're just going to get to Relay. So, I was talking about Relay right now. RLAY, after the company rises after its breast cancer therapy, it cuts disease progress in early study. So that is the deal with RL. It's not a low float, 91 million. So it's not a crazy low floater. RLAY. Now look at it right at that 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 823. So you can see that. Hopefully you can see that green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average for RLAY. So will that block it from going any higher for a while anyway? A lot of shares available for me and Interactive Brokers, 2 million short. Quadruple C. I wonder if William's in the room right now. All right, so this is phase one data. Obviously, not 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 good. The market's not reacting well to it anyway. I don't know what else they do. Hi, William. Good morning. Just wondering if you had a look at quadruple C to see whether or not that's all they do. CCCC. I think this is the one that's under a dollar. Yeah, BURU, Nuburu. Excuse me, this is under a dollar. Up 35%. So if you're into the ones under a dollar. IVP, active again, IVP. If there's any specific reason. All right, so it said that its drug reduced the risk of disease progression or death by 49%. I'm sorry, this is Summit. I'm sorry, this is Summit. For some reason, when I clicked on IVP, I'm getting a Summit headline. Okay, so that has nothing to do with IVP, of course. This is some kind of a vet stock. PL was PL anywhere still? Don't see PL anymore. Planet Labs, it was up. That's why it's only up 3.9 now. I guess I saw it when it was up here. It was in the low end of this. My lowest one here is 7.65 right now, up 7.65%. Trade of the week is eBay. eBay. Who the heck uses eBay? Okay, had to get it out of the way. eBay, the suggested entry is 59.60. Now, when I look left here, up to, I see a high of 59.85, 59.79. Let's say 59.60. Yeah, the email you're getting. You could say, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 59.60. I mean, I'd probably wait just a little bit longer if we're going to take it. Like, why not? Take out the highs of the last 2 weeks. I knew there'd be people, Harry. Oh, I'm sure there are. I have no doubt that even, well, I mean, it's not over. I mean, there it is. So I did see that some of the cannabis plays are moving a bit here. I don't know why exactly. I did see ACV earlier developing a new CBD lozenge in Canada. Well, let's just take a look at MSOS. I want to see if there's any enthusiasm at all. All right. I mean, it's up 8%. Okay. All right, guys. I don't see, there's not one earnings play that's making it into my list this morning. Not one. I'm sure there are. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's some earnings plays out there, but that are meeting my requirements. I don't see any yet. Guys, that's SINT looks to be the one, of course, that is super active already this morning, up 111%. Behind the pre-market was 619, so it almost got there. Well, I wonder maybe it was so quick, just waiting to see if I can take out the pre-market high. Now, taking out the pre-market high, what would that do? Take a look at the weekly chart. 670 looks like 670. Yeah, looks like 670 is the next high on the weekly chart for this SINT. They must be really, Harry, they must be really low volume so far. I mean, I don't have very many filters in here, really. I mean, 5,000 shares, one and $100. So I haven't seen one meeting the requirement. And they're up. Wait a minute. The other one, Okay, there's a cent now, guys. SINT above, right at the high in the pre-market. Yeah, I don't see one. Well, speaking of CELH, I'm trying my first one today. What is it? Peach Vibe. On sale at my store, so I thought, you know what? I'm going to try it. Actually, not too bad. So that is CELH. CELH. I've done my best to pop the stock up. All right, guys. Let's see. Let's take a look at the sectors. We're in for a big pop this morning. So most of the sectors are probably up. So let me take a look at the major sectors. All right. What's happening with consumer discretionary? Interesting. Okay. What you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from Friday's close. Okay. SMH, semi, of course, the semis. So the semis are probably SMH. So every sector is up right now, guys. I don't know why I'm not seeing the stocks in consumer discretionary, but take a look if there's any outlier. So what I'd be looking for instance, if in the technology sector, XLK, all of a sudden I see one stock. I mean, most of them are up, 91% of them are up, and but one stock that may be way down for some reason. I'm just looking for an outlier. I don't see any outliers in here. But what I want to do now, we have the two, and I'm guarantee there after Friday's action, XLE is going to be way below net. Well, way below. It's going to be below the 200-day moving average and falling away. So there's that 200-day moving average, the line on my daily chart, that green line. That's the 200-day moving average, guys. And you can see how energy has been the weakest sector for quite a while now. Now, the other one that was in jeopardy was, I think it might have been discretionary XLY. Yeah, getting close, still above, still above. Let me go through them all right now. I'm going to go retail. I think retail was okay. Okay, meaning above the 200-day moving average. Ah, no, look at retail. So retail fell below the 200-day moving average. So we've got a couple now. XLE, we've got XRT. You said XRT. I think financials were getting closer even. I'm wrong about financials for sure. Can hardly see the 200-day. Let's take a look at healthcare. Healthcare was a star. Healthcare, when I mean, I probably had a bit of a drop on Friday, but a couple. But I mean, you can see how remember now the market was really weakening all throughout this. So healthcare was just soaring. Now the last couple of days, it's been dropping somewhat, but still well above the 200-day moving average. I mean, let's take a look at now tech. That was the one. Of course, tech was below what I really wanted to see. Yeah, so Tech closed below the 200-day moving average on Friday. Take a look at consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, consumer staples is another very strong sector. You can't even see the 200-day moving average on my daily chart, but it's moving away and away and away. I mean, it is definitely a strong sector. So even stronger than healthcare. Industrials, XLI. So you can see, I mean, it had been except for the last 2 days. So starting to, get closer to that 200-day moving average. It's still well above. Utilities should be fine. Yeah. So again, a flight to safety in theory, dividend bearing stocks, XLU. When the market is starting to drop, XLU usually does something like this. Materials, XLB. Aha. Materials starting to drift down. Industrials, same as materials, starting to drift down. The last one is communications. Can't see it, but it is getting, definitely weaker and weaker. So right now we've got three of the major sectors: energy, XLE, retail, XRT, and technology, XLK, below the 200-day moving average. I got to say, this little peach Celsius is rather tasty. Poe, I think you mentioned something about charts not loading. I have not had an issue this morning. I have not had an issue this morning with the charts. Well, William, one man's nasty is another man's gold. I think it's quite tasty. I think I've had their coconut before, which I did not. Okay, so Pepe said he had an issue with the charts earlier and restarting TI fixed it. So maybe you should do that, Poe. Of course, I don't. I did not have an issue. I've actually found the charts have been pretty darn good over the last few months. And believe me, I was the I was the company's harshest critic. Talking to the dev people all the time about charts taking forever to load. But I haven't even thought about them for months now. Knock on, here I'm knocking on wood. All right, so the SINT, it briefly got above the high in the pre-market. I'm going to reset that alert and see if it happens again. I'm not sure. Did I mention this? I did mention this one, right? The BLMZ, BLMZ. I think I did. Draw, you're talking about that. Pretty sure I did on the list. Well, that had news on Friday, trading higher after the company announced. That's right. The business agreement with CrossVision for joint entertainment offerings. So that was BLM. So that was the big news or big, well, news, but pop on Friday. So it's up 24% right now. Very low float, 1.25 million. Out of Japan. Yeah, I'm seeing the WHLR you're talking about, William. Yeah, typically don't talk about these ones that were really moving in last week, unless they're still moving higher. But there's no question. I mean, WHLR, which I guess did have some news. Not today, but you did have some news on Friday, or actually Thursday and Friday, that caused a massive. I mean, was the news? Does this jump? Was it warranted because of the news? Probably not. But again, look at the float, 500,000 in the float or so. I don't know if there's any news that came out, Daniel. Question is there a reason why the SPY is bouncing? I don't think there's any. Looking at the economic indicators, I don't think in the calendar there's nothing really today other than at 10 o'clock wholesale inventories preliminary, and then at 3 o'clock, I'll be long gone by then. Consumer credit. So there's really nothing in the economic calendar today that's affecting. It should affect the market, unless at 10. Well, at 10 o'clock, there it could affect the market. Might be just again. It might be just people looking for bargains this morning. Oh, did I see what? I'm sorry. Okay. So William is talking about quadruple C, CCCT, six drugs, all early stage or preclinical, balance sheet at 359 a share. Tiny revenue bleeds cash. I want it below $2 to buy. Okay. Thank you, William. Well, it may not happen today. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I know, Poe. They don't. I know what you're saying. You go to their website and then they log on and they don't realize they can't be logged on there and then come back to their app and yeah, they have to log out. But even if they do, they probably have to do an account reset. All right, guys, I'm going to get set for this open and going to get the layout I'm going to use once the market opens up and running. Excuse me. All right, guys. So this is the layout I'm going to use once this market opens. Wonder why that happens now. Talking to myself. Normally, when I move this down, it covers up all the items I have down here. I don't know why it's not doing it this time. Not that it's not a big deal. Okay, guys. Yeah, so I'm just getting set for this open now, and don't see anything else sneaking in here that I haven't talked about. I don't see anything. We talked about SINT, INBS, Summit, IVP, Relay, and Blooms. So we've already talked about these ones. And again, I'm going to concentrate a lot more on the large cap gainers. Now, I think my computer actually can hold this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add also as a tab. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 9:27. So yeah, a couple of minutes before this market opens. Oh, I have no idea. In YouTube room asking me if I think that Tesla and Nvidia will rise today. I mean, they're obviously the market's in for a nice pop, but whether that holds or not, I have no idea. But the market's in for a great pop this morning, up 4 points. Obviously, Nvidia is definitely moving higher as we speak. Now, what is it going to continue? I have no idea. All right, guys. Let's see. Another minute or so. William is going to tell me less than a minute right now. So we have a minute to the market open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Certainly, the market is having a nice little pop right now. Whether that maintains, that's a good question. Because remember what the market has done over the last couple of weeks, really. Well, certainly since September, September being the worst month. So the market has definitely been dropping, but maybe we're having a bit of a pop intraday right now, pre-market. All right, guys, we're now open for business. Let me get this one running. All right, give me a moment here. I don't know why this is. All right, so there's SINT. Is it above the high now of the pre-market? It's right at the high of the pre-market, guys. Right at the high. Okay, pre-market high. I think it was around 620, so it's right at that point. We're at 611 right now, 613. You can see Summit is also making high. You guys have been talking about DJT. Again, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Just find things a little too whippy. Well, there's SMMT, guys. So SMNT, the pre-market high was way up here. Wow, pre-market high was almost $20, around $20. Okay, let's take a look at the SPY action right off the bat. So far, no pullback. Okay, guys, SINT just got to that high. Just took out the high of the pre-market. SINT just took out the high in the pre-market. Let's see if it can hold that high in the pre-market. SINT. And there it goes, guys. SINT took out the high in the pre-market and now starting to rip. And remember, I think the next high looking left was seven. Is that right? 779, I think. 670, 670. So it's right at that high, okay? 670 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. If it can take that out, the next high is 779 on the weekly chart. And that's for SINT. And we have our first halt of the week, EGIO, halted on the way down. Yeah, this is a real mess at the beginning of the day, guys. This will clean up once once we get a few more in here. So there's the SMMT. When I say a mess, it looked like a jumbled mess in the race. Shady and RLAY. Let's take a look at RLAY. So it triggered for Shady 805. Wow, no kidding. 805. So this was the one that was right at that 200-day moving average, and it's popped through now. RLAY. And the next high looking left is looks like they're around 866. So it could be your area. Maybe it'll stall there. 866. If it gets through that, and the next high is almost 9 or RLAY. Wow. I almost took this one, but almost doesn't count. SMMT. I don't like to do these in the right off the bat, but boy, this looked good. Okay, how about the ADMA? ADMA, ADMA. Wow, another one that's just ripping here, guys. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. Maybe the volume was too low. Yeah, SINT guys, SINT ripping here now. A little pullback, and now it's ripping again. And it's right at that high on the weekly chart. Okay, this ASTS is still super active. Next high looking left, $30 or so. So I'm going to have to start taking these earlier from the, especially when the market's doing this, when the large cap gainers from the open. I actually did one on Friday that worked out really well. I took an early trade. I don't normally like trading in the first 15, but I'm seeing that a lot of these large cap gainers from the open, especially if the market's going to do this. So these are the super active ones right here. Okay, so DJT, so the next high looking left is 1961. So obviously it's got room over $1 to the next high. DJT. Or Cava, for some reason I had that one. I don't know when I put a price alert on that one, but you can see why. So Cava, it's expensive, but you can see Cava, next high looking left for Cava is 128. Yeah, some of these. This is what I was seeing. This is why I'm so interested in the large cap gainers from the open. So many that look like this, and then just keep kind of running for the day. Not saying it's going to happen, especially on a day like today. So far, where the market is just, yeah, they're just looking for all sorts of bargains, I guess. After a lot of these stocks were beaten up in the last few weeks, so there's CNH. Probably no news. No, actually, there was some news after it was announced. Okay. So the company's going to join the S&P Mid Cap 400. Okay. So that is the reason. That's the deal with CNH. All right, guys. So INBS is on the move now. INBS is on the move again. I shouldn't say just now, but again on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high is very close to that high. 304 is the next high on the weekly chart for INBS. If it can take that out, 328. Wow, SINT is right back up again. It's been whippy, but it's right back up again. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be here somewhere. Yeah, SINT. Been a little bit whippy. I mean, it pulled all the way back down to 6, and now it's up again. And again, it's got it really clear. This is the high. I keep forgetting what that high 670, 670. So you can see what it got to, where it got to, a little bit above that high, which is 685. So 670 is still the next high looking left on the weekly chart. If it really can take that out, I'm going to stick another alert, 683, and see if it takes it out again, because then the next high is 779. Yeah, look at that ASTS, sorry, ASTS. Any one of these could have been taken early. How about the TGTX? TGTX, interesting, just over the whole number, 2588. Lots and lots of room. Lots and lots of room for TJTX. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but look at the room looking left on the daily chart for TGTX. And what did it get to this morning? Got up to 2455. So let's see if I can get over 24 again and hold and move from there. The VWAP is at 23.99. That's where it's at right now. And I'm talking about the TGTX. Little bit of room for key. Not a ton of room, but a little bit of room. I think the next highs are around, 1636. So we're at 1611 right now. US Steel X. It looks like the high in the pre-market was, we're right at 930. Sorry, the opening candle got up to 32.34. Opening bar 32.34. Relay still is very, very strong. So it's through that. So the next high looking left is 966 for relay. Great early call by Shady. Last time I saw this, it was just looking at that 200-day moving average in the pre-market. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Ride actually popped here. So is Ride positive? It's not positive. It's still down $1.24, but it popped off the lows here. Had a spectacular day on Friday. This is basically, well, actually last week, but I had a big day on Friday. But it started off the week at 710, closed way up here at $17. This is yeah, this is I think this is sort of ride hailing services, sort of. I'm going to call it kind of an Uber in Singapore. If I'm wrong, somebody can correct me. But wow, some of these early ones, guys. The ADMA Summit, ASTS, large cappers. Definitely interested in a TVTX. Okay, definitely interested in it. Look left. It's above the high of last week now. Excuse me. They're up. Guggenheim raises price target to, I don't see a price, but stock to buy from neutral. See if they've got any sort of a price. $25. Okay. Wow. From 12. So Guggenheim has put a $25 price target on TVTX. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. But that's the price target. All right, guys, it's holding 12. Holding 12. The VWAP is 1192, so it's above the VWAP. And this is the TVTX. It's not a low float, 75 million in the float, not high, but it's certainly not low. Remember, these ones are large cap gainers from the open. Minimum float has to be 50 million. Minimum market cap is half a billion. So this is why you're not seeing huge percentage moves. Wow, Riley on the move here, guys. Riley on the move. RILY on the move. Up after the company provides an update on strategic and financing initiatives. Okay, so that's the reason. Of course, Riley's been in the news for weeks now. Well, ever since certainly here, but even before that. Bloom's, guys, on the move here. Bloom's on the move. Okay, BLMZ on the move. Next high looking left after last week's big pop is 284. Oh man, there's Sint now, guys. SINT above that high, that weekly high. So the next challenge would be that 772, 779, sorry. But it came right back down. Man, is that whippy? Indicative of a very low float. Blooms, guys, BLMZ, very good looking stock right now, in my opinion. It's got that room looking left. Rye just resumed from it got out of its halt. Boom! Wow, $17 now. Taking out the high of Friday, 1753. Blooms, guys, BLMZ on the move. All right, let's take a look at. I'm going to take a look at some of the ones from our AI now. A lot of action already. Of course, with the market doing what it's doing, guys, market is having great early morning action so far. If you like stocks moving higher, anyway. SGMT, guys, SGMT. This is now. Wow, it's got some room if it can get through this. Okay, so we're at 315 right now. Look left on that daily chart. Looks like the next high is 319. If it can get through 319, the next high is 340. Wouldn't be too bad on a percentage move if we get even close to 340, but it's got to get through 319. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert there. I wish that I do wish that next high, even if it gets through 320. I wish it were this close. I wish it were more up here around 350 or even 372. Yeah, well, I had some news this morning. SMMT had some great news this morning. Well, the market perception is good after its cancer drug tops Merck's Keytruda in head-to-head study. So that's the reason. And I think, didn't I say that Guggenheim or somebody put a 25 or not? Was another one. That was the TGTX. So I mean, it's obviously it's had some really good news. Lots and lots of volume has come in. Whether I think it's going to keep going higher, I have no idea. It did hit 20 in the pre-market, but certainly the news is there. Oh man, I wish this weren't here. I wish this high weren't here. This 340. This looks so good if it can take out the 320 level, but SGMT, I just don't know if it's going to have enough oomph. 51 million in the float, not high, not low. All right, guys. What did happen to Ride? RYDE. Wow. No shorts. No shorts for me either. Ride just resumed. RYDE just resumed. I don't. All right. So they did have some news. Well, this is yesterday or released yesterday. I want to see if there was any. I didn't see any news on Friday. But anyway, Ride surges on safety first partnership even amidst quiet news cycle. So anyway, that is Ride. RYDE. There's the SGMT, guys. I mean, it's so close to that 320. Maybe one more pop. I'm going to beat myself up here. For some reason, I forgot to put a price alert for TGTX. Now, there it goes. There it goes, guys. Well, I don't know how much further it's going to go, but there is the T. I'm sorry, is this the same one? TVTX. Did I say TGTX? TVTX. This is the one that Guggenheim has upgraded it to a target of $25, and they did have some news. Wasn't just that. So DJT, the next high, yeah, I think there's still room for this one. 1961. Wow, look at ACVA just straight up. I wonder, was this on a large cap gainer? I don't think so. Yeah, there it is. Look at this straight up. This is what I've been finding. Well, if the market's doing this, especially, okay. I mean, it's certainly the market's helping, but a lot of these large cappers just rip at the beginning. 142 million in the float. I mean, but what a great move. 18 to 19. And so we were going to probably see a few of these because a lot of these are coming not from a huge bottom, but I mean, most of these stocks have probably slid over the last couple of weeks. So any sort of a bounce, they probably have room looking left. Now, this one may get stuck right here. 1917. Well, Summit now at 18, guys, at 18. And better take a look left. Where could it keep going? Position lifetime range 90%. So it's at the high. I don't know where we have to go to see the next high on the monthly chart. Well, we're going back to 2019. I mean, you know what? I don't know where the next high is on the monthly chart. Almost doesn't matter. I'm going back to 2017. Who cares? So, I mean, it's not an all-time high, of course, but whatever resistance is way back there on a month, I'm sure it doesn't matter. All right. So okay. Thank you, William. So yeah, there was some news at 10 o'clock. The wholesale inventories slightly lower than expected. I don't know. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or bad anymore. Anyway, the market's reacting, certainly not adversely. Okay, guys, Summit. Summit, summit, summit. You can see Summit everywhere, guys. It's on once I 10:02 already. Momentum stock, okay, Summit, right here. You can see it right at the bottom here. You can see it up here. Lots and lots of reasons to like Summit. And this is the real reason. It's an eye-catching press release, of course, and there's really no resistance. I don't know how far. I don't know how many years I got to go. We have to go back to see the next highs. Well, I didn't take the SGMT, but from our AI, not bad. 309, 333 right now. Key level right there, 341, 340 actually. Prison stock, GEO, guys. Excuse me, guys. GEO. This is on the move a little bit. The next high looking left, 1374. So there is a little bit of room. Wyatt in our YouTube room was talking about Palantir, PLTR. I still has not had a pullback. Whew, okay, Blooms moved for me. Finally. Took some out, guys, right at that 250 level, okay? Been waiting, was hoping for another pop on it. BLMZ. You can see Blooms here. This is not a large cap, of course, but there it is, BLMZ. Down here, I'm sure. Next high looking left. That's why I liked it, because the next high looking left was way up there at 282. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh boy, look at Blooms go now, guys. BLMZ. Just had a little patience right around this area. It was kind of chopping around. Just waiting to see if Blooms can hold that 250. Okay, I'm out most of it now, guys. I'm just wary that it's not going to be able to take out 250 in a big way. And even if it does, have that high right there of 284. So I'm out of most of the Blooms now, BLMZ. Ah, look at Summit, guys. Boy, lots of exciting action this morning. SMMT, no resistance, in my opinion. Chart resistance. I mean, I don't know how many years go back to see those next highs for SMMT. A high in the pre-market. I mean, maybe that'll hold it, but at $20, I mean, it got to about $20 in the pre-market. Okay, I'm totally out of the BLMZ now, guys. I may take a look at it again if it goes over 250 and gets closer to that 280. Well, another one that I read right from the beginning, DKNG. And kind of see why I'm liking these large cap gainers, especially on a day like today. Wow, Summit guys, 19 now. Remember the pre-market high was around 20. Pre-market high exactly was 1998. I don't know if it's a Celsius or what, but I definitely feel kind of revved this morning. Boy, there were a lot to choose from on these large cap gainers. All right, ASTS. Okay, now holding over 28. Next high looking left, still got room. 29.73. Next high looking left, approximately. 29.58 is the next high. Looking left, ASTS. No shorts available for me for SMMT. Not that I want to. Obviously, I don't want. So I know William, are you shorting SMMT or you said there were no shorts available? You have shorts. I don't have shorts available. But of course, I don't. Well, all right. I've just taken some off now. The SMMT. Well, I don't wish you bad, William, but I am still in this one. I mean, $20 is right there. Getting closer, getting closer to 20. Okay, that's it for me. I'm out of it completely now. I just have my doubts. It's going to take about 20. You're in this one. I hope it works for you. Now, I know, William, you're short, but there's that 20 level right there. Now, Mara for me, of course, is completely tied in with Bitcoin. I see Bitcoin is up today, 1240 anyway, around 55.5 thousand. Ooh, was a good exit for the summit for me. Good exit. Yeah, I saw that one, 3 Echo, regarding Go No Go and also an AI play. All right. Don't say it, Barry. TVTX, man, oh man, that was, I wish I'd been in this one, but can't get them all. Cannot get them all. You know what, guys? This is my second day of not having thumbnail charts. It really hasn't affected, I don't think it's really affected anything. Okay, take a look at RZLT, Resolute. RZLT, next high, that's on a monthly charts. Let's get a weekly chart up. Same thing. Make sure. All right, 512 key level. It's over the two. Well, that's sorry, that's on the weekly chart, which I shouldn't have that green line. Next high is 590 if it can get through 512. So I'm going to stick an alert around that five. I'm going to stick an alert around 516 for RZLT. And because if it takes that out, then the next high in the weekly is has room. Big comeback, of course. A lot of stocks will look like this Thursday, Friday. Market is not giving up so far. So far, the market is not giving up. We've had no pullback in the market. I'm surprised. Yeah, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Really interesting for Summit SMMT. Not that I wanted it, of course, but well, I think it. Yeah, this is a healthy pullback probably for it. Let me take a look at Summit and where's the VWAP? Well, it's way above the VWAP, way above it. I mean, it's just got great news. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, the headline is eye catching. You know, whether it can sustain itself going forward, I have no idea, but it's definitely an eye catching press release. I wonder if that's a mistake at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm surprised. SMMT just no shares available. Anyway, I don't care now. All right, what's next? I mean, yeah, SMMT. Listen, if it takes out 20, I may be right back in it. You put an alert at 2009. That's the high in the pre-market. What did I say? Guggenheim put a price alert or a target of 25 on it. Not Stifle. I'm sorry, Stifle, and not that it's going to get there, but over 20. SK over 20. That's the high in the pre-market. But 2006, I think. You just have to look if you have any charting at all. I mean, you can see where there's the high in the pre-market is 1998. So if we can take that out, we could go on another run. In my opinion, there's no resistance. I mean, I don't know how many I said before, I don't know how many years you have to go back to see where the next high is. I went back to 2017, couldn't see anything. So, like, who cares? What a fast morning for me, anyway. Again, the only one I wish I'd been able to. I don't know why. I just forgot to put a price alert at 12:20 for the TVTX because that would have been another awesome one. This one is interesting. Also, the ROIV. Well, there's a summit, guys. Okay, let's see how well it holds over 20. Again, I'm not recommending anybody to do what I'm doing. I'm just, ooh, it's looking better and better and better, holding over 20. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to. I have no idea where this is going. The summit. Took some off to protect myself in case it was that back down below 20, but it's still looking really, really strong. All right, I'm out of it now, guys. Okay. Now I may listen. I may get back in if it takes out that high again. This to me was for me was more like a bit of a quick scalp play. I have no idea where it's going, but there it is, 2058. I think I'll put a price alert there also. Wow, 1020. Just give me one moment as I do a quick stretch. All right, guys. Well, let me go over my homepage. Summit is still moving. That's okay. You know, I just have my feeling that well, I thought it might stall around 2050, but it's popping through and just running. I'm not in it anymore, but I'm not that upset because I did really well the first time. All right, let me go over my homepage and all the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm sharing. And as you can see, my focus is really switched now to the large cappers. Yes, the SINT worked out okay for me, but and look at that SMNT actually showing up on both large cappers and also this one. I'm going to explain all that. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. At the very top, you'll see there's a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can use Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use whatever promo code you see on my homepage. This will change from time to time, of course. Sometimes we have better promotions, but right now it's at 15%. If you do take out a subscription, again, use this because this will really help to keep the room free. Okay. The room gets credit for the subscription, and that'll really help to keep the room free. Look at wow, wow. Oh, ye of little faith. I guess I should have kept some, but I didn't. If you do take out a subscription, you must get the or must start off with the get started. 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and log in. Scroll down a bit, important introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, two key ingredients, elements of Trade Ideas, okay? This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do in those 10 short videos is cover all the important topics. If you're new to trading, Trading 1 is free. Just give me a moment. Trading 101 Trading 101 is for you. A whole series of videos, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, put all them together, okay? And it is free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. You can sign up for it here. And Trade of the week is also free. I have no idea. Did it trigger? Let's take a look at eBay. Trade of the week this week is eBay. If it didn't trigger, I'm surprised because, well, now look at the market taking its first pullback. No, I guess it did not trigger. The trigger is 59.60, okay, for eBay. So the trade of the week is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Here's that getting started. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And you can see I have 3 races that I'm sharing. This is how, if you want to create your own race, this is how you do it. You see, I use price alerts all the time on my charts. The other one that probably is of interest to people, if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. A lot of information in the user guide. Like any other user guide, you do not have to learn everything, but certainly I would look at the alert windows and top list windows at the very least. Okay. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other trader takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that it is Chris before wow, look at Summit getting closer to 21 now. If it is, I'm sure it's going to be Chris, but I will confirm that before I do take my break. Next, if you're looking for my scans, okay, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? So large cap, so this one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. These are more the smaller cap ones. Large cap gainers is right here. I do have another race that I am not displaying, but I'm sharing. You can take a look at it, okay? Halts resumes is over here. Not that active today. Usually it's full by now. The movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. Upside movers versus downside movers is here. And the relative strength leaders is here, right over here. So these are the ones that you can see. I have other scans that I'm sharing that are on I don't have them all up and running. And you shouldn't either. Way too many. So don't load them all and try to create a giant layout of all these scans. Way too many, but there might be something that I'm not displaying that you might like to have. And that's why I've got others here that I don't have up and running myself. Oh, the agony of not having Summit still. That's okay. So what is Trade Ideas other than being a fabulous scanner? A real-time alert scanner. That's what we are, guys. We're really, really good at real-time alerts. A lot of programs out there that are screening programs. We can screen, of course. They kind of claim to be scanners, but we don't have to claim. We are, and this is what I mean. If I right-click on this alert window that I call Momo, which is one that I am sharing, click on Configure, click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock in this particular real-time alert scanner, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So it's approximately 10:30 Eastern time. So it'll be trading at least three times what it normally does up to 10:30 Eastern time. This is why I call a momentum scanner. So the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 4 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:27. It is now it's almost 10:30 now. So since then, there have been no stocks that have met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And it just happened again. BCYC just met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my home page. If you want to make any changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range or anything else. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. You can do so, of course. But if you like it the way it is, this is what it looks like on my home page. And there's the summit again. Wow. Now I'm upset. Left a lot on the table. If you want to make your own scans, of course you can. Right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. And right at the very top, these are the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, these are all the other real-time alerts that we've got. When we get to these icons, these are all the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. So if you're looking at this for the first time, don't look at this and say, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay, you do not have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many, it should make sense, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all the different filters, so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's the only reason there's so many. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, and a handful of those filters. I have a certain price range I like, the minimum volume, etc. And that, but doesn't mean that what I'm not using are no good. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. You might, okay? We all have different trading styles. But all I care about for me personally is the new high and the new low of the day and real-time alert. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. Now, yeah, somebody, I think, you mentioned, somebody mentioned SINT, I think, is back to the to the VWAP, 596. Yes. So if you're a VWAP player, you're looking at that VWAP right now for SINT 596. Will it hold it? Will that act as support now? And will it bounce off that? So the races. Let me go over the races why I've basically completely embraced them again. There was when they first came out, I was sort of skeptical. Then I started using them for a couple of months. Uh, Not skeptical, but I just wasn't finding I was getting the types of sort of alerts that I like. So I sort of abandoned them for half a year. Brought them back. I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, and I'm really getting into them again, especially in the large cappers. So let me explain what the races are and what you're seeing. So I'll take a look at this one because I know this top list will be full. So this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. And again, these races, I'm sharing them. All races start from a top list window. First of all, what you're seeing here, SGMT, and you can see I run 4-minute races. And again, if you go to the guide, go to my education section in my home page, go to the guide, and there's a whole section on stock racing and how you can create your own race with your own time, etc. So I'm just going to wait for this race to be over. So SGMT won this last race, and you can see that that's the third race that it's won. That's why there's SMN. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm wrong. SGMT is right here. SGMT won a second race. And what happens is you'll get a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I start my races at 9:30 Eastern Time, and a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that SMMP has won 3 races, SMXP has won 3, etc. Okay, and so far there's not a top 10 list, but eventually there will be. So why this is important is that now this gives you a list of stocks that you can concentrate on all day long. And what happens is, since the race started, there's churn. So since this race started, oh, look at this. SMXT is now leading again, 2.3%. So what does that mean? Since the race started, it has moved 2.32%. Okay. Now that's not a huge number in terms of a dollar value, it's a really cheap stock, but that is it, 2.32%. Sometimes you will see in this race here, you'll see some big percentage moves. And that's because I have no market cap minimum, no float minimum. So consequently, you can see some pretty big moves. And look at that now, 8% now for SMXT. What's happening with it? And you can see, look at this, look at this. So the question really now should be for you. Wow, look at that. I mean, 140 to 199 now. It's a great percentage move since the start of the day. Why are these stocks showing up? Look at that, 10% now. Contrast that with the large cap gainers. You will not see normally, well, almost guarantee you're never going to see like a 10% move in the large cap gainers just because of the nature of the fact they're large cap. Usually you're not going to see a large cap move in terms of a huge percentage. Doesn't mean they're not great to trade though. But I digress. Why are these stocks showing up? All races start, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, you'll notice that one of the options is open the top list, which is what I'm going to do. So this race is based on this top list window. Okay, notice when I right click on the top list window, it says launch real-time stock list. That's how you can create your own race. What you do, now I'll show you what I'm looking at in this top list window. I'll right click, configure, and summary. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it will be a stock in this list of stocks. Okay? It'll show up in that list of stocks. So this should start making a little more sense to you. If you want to create your own top list window with your price range and whatever else you want, you can create it, of course. This is what I like to see. So the way in which a top list window was used before we had races, common question would have been, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So if you have that as a column header, which I do, change from the close, that's C%. That is the change from the close. So if I double left click on it, I can sort, whoops, quickly. So I can sort on any column header that I got. So right now, SMMT, it is up 64% from Friday's close, Relay 46%, etc. Okay, all the way down here. If I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from its opening trade of the day, as long as I have a column header, and I do, which is the change from the open, I can double left click on it. And again, SMXT 30%, SMMT 25%, etc. Okay, those are very common questions. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. That's all well and good, but what if you wanted to see stocks that were moving in this list? Not necessarily up the most from Friday's close or the day before's close, or up the most from its opening trade of the day. But what if some stock down here, let's pick a stock. Um, this has been a fairly active stock in the past. EVLV, it's up 5.7% from its opening trade of the day. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it just started to move? It's up 5.7%, 6%, 10%, 15%. For some reason, it's moving. Well, how would you ever know that? I mean, it's a huge list of stocks, right? How are we ever going to, track a stock that might be moving fast up this list? Well, that is what the race does. The race doesn't care whether the stock is near the high of the day, near the low of the day, up the most from yesterday's close, up the most from its opening print. All it cares about is what stock is moving since the race started in that whole list of stocks. So there's BCYC. I don't even know where BCYC was in that list of stocks, but it's up 1.33%, okay, since the race started. So click on it, see what's happening. Man, what a nice move. There's an NNE. This has been an active one also, one of these reactor stocks. Nuclear energy. This has been an active one. So what you can do, and these are the biggest gainers. These are not low cap. I'm going to go over this one, the large cap gainers. But so these are what I would do is if I see a stock in this list, I would click on it. Doesn't matter. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over before you click on a stock. You see something moving up here, or even if it's just in the list itself. Let's take a look at Novavax. What's it doing? NVAX. What is it doing? It's been a very active stock. There's the VWAP at 1211. If you're a VWAP type player, you can see right off the bat that it held the VWAP so far. Pulled into the VWAP, which leads me to the next thing. This can be used for, if you're looking for pullback plays into certain maybe moving averages that you like. Or again, if you're a VWAP player, you like to see stocks pulling into the VWAP, and maybe the VWAP acts on support, and maybe it bounces. You can click on any one of these lists. Let's take a look at Relay. It's very active, still kind of holding. VWAP is at 874. Maybe if you're a VWAP player, you want to see maybe if it takes out 9 and moves back down, and maybe that holds. Or maybe, you don't mind, see if it holds the whole number. I mean, all sorts of ways, of course, to trade. I mean, this got up to 950 at one point, so maybe 9 holds it, and maybe you wait to see if it gets closer and closer to the VWAP, and that holds it as support. So again, this top 10 list can be used in a lot of different ways. Look at Riley. There's a classic now. 596. There's the VWAP at 596. Did it hold it? Is it going to hold it? Is it going to act as support? I mean, no, I mean, we don't know for sure if it is, but right now, it looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP as support, and maybe it bounces off it. So that's this race. Now, this race is the large cap gainers from the open. What's the difference? Well, let's right click, open the top list. Now, remember, if you were here on Friday, there were only about 5 or 6 stocks in this top list window because, of course, the market was so down on Friday. There weren't that many stocks that were moving higher. Excuse me, that were large cap gainers. So let's take a look at this top list window and why are these stocks in here? And what's the difference between that one and the other one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race? So what I did in the large cap is I added a couple of filters, and two main filters are market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. Consequently, you're just not going to see those large percentage moves here, but just a matter. I mean, look at SMMT. I mean, that was just a great move. It's just that, they're not going to have like the big percentage moves that you're going to see in this one. Now, I have if you're new to trading, you may in fact want to concentrate on something like this as opposed to this one. While you can get some wild moves in this one, some massive percentage moves with big moves up can come with bigger or can come with big moves down or even bigger moves down. So these are going to be a lot more volatile, okay, than the large cap gainers. That doesn't mean that. I mean, look at SMMT as William pointed out. This has had quite a drop, okay, from 2153, but typically you're just not going to see, you're going to see a little more not quite as volatile, okay, as these ones right here when we don't have a minimum float and we don't have a minimum market cap. I feel like I'm losing my voice. Just give me a moment. Now the same thing with the summit. Where's it pulling into? I mean, the VWAP is way down here at 1846. That would be a massive pullback. But what if the VWAP was a little closer, maybe 1930 or something? Again, you could be looking at this and going, okay, I wonder if that VWAP will act as support. The market is still pulling back here, guys. So still up 3.46, but the market is definitely starting to pull back. We're at this point here. The last time I really looked at it, we had no pullbacks, but starting to move down now. Now, I'm not displaying this, but I'm now going to take a look at the large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay. This is just the flip of this one, the large cap gainers. And yes, you can find this on my homepage. Let's take a look at TEM, just out of curiosity. So you can see this is just a complete reverse now. Of course, the stocks that are moving higher. Now, when the market flips like this, that might be one to start paying attention to. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to have to start doing now is showing you why you're getting little cell signals here, little cells, little cell flag up here for the TEM and things like that, and the go no go charts, etc. First of all, let me go over why these little cell signals are showing up, and a buy signal, a little buy flag, little sell flag. So this is something that, what do we call this again? Trading. It's brand new. Okay, I didn't even know it until Friday. Trade wave. That's what we're calling it. Okay, so a few things. First of all, in order to see it, you have to be using our browser interface charts. Number one, okay, you have to be using the browser interface chart. So I've got one loaded, okay, and if you right click on the chart, notice there is an option that says use browser interface. Check it if you want to see these things right here. The little flags, the little sell flags, little buy flags. That's number one. Number two, in order to activate it, you have to click on FX. And you see one of the options is called Trade Wave. You click on that. You might have to do it a couple of times. And then you'll start to see these little flags. And what they're doing is they're trying to give you an idea as a potential, in this case, a short would have been, of course, excellent. Wow, no kidding. 51 down to 44. And look at the SPY right there. There was a sell right there on the SPY. I think you probably have to be on our latest beta also. So make sure you're on the latest beta. You'll know if you are. If you click on help, you click on about, and now I'm on a development version, but you should be on at least 5.6.95. Okay, so when you click on help and about, you should be on 5.6.95. Let me just see what happened with the SGMT. Yeah, so you can see even in the pre-market. So if you've been up really early, at 4:24 Eastern time, you had a buy signal right there, okay, for SGMT. That's in the pre-market. All right. Yep, that's 4:24 Eastern time. A little early for me. It's 1 o'clock my time, 1:30 my time. Yeah. Man, there's so much going on. I'm RZLT. I know I had an alert set for it. Okay, now the alert was set because the next high looking left is 512. So it's a little bit above that. It's over the V. No, sorry, that's not the VWAP. It's not the 200-day moving average either. I'm going to get rid of this. I don't look at the 200 on the weekly. So what I'm going to do, I want to get rid of that. It's just a distraction for me. Okay, guys. So I am definitely getting interested in this RZLT. It pulled back just a little bit, so I'm going to reset my price alert because when you look left on the weekly chart, anyway, it does have some room to what six. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, Okay, relay must have just made a new high. RLAY just must have made a new high. Now it's coming into, you can see that high right there is 963, and then the next high looking left is 976. So you would think that between here and 20, there could be some pretty good resistance. A lot of shares available for me to short, 2 million at Interactive Brokers. So let me take a little time to talk about these charts also, though, the go-no-go charts. What you're seeing here, these bars, you can see how they are different colors and what they're all about. So it's sort of interesting to use in conjunction with that trading trade wave, in conjunction with the trade wave. So first of all, if you're interested in these go-no-go charts, the first thing I would do is this. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar. This is our channel bar. Click on the go-no-go charts channel. So before you would take, this is an add-on subscription, okay? It's $50 a month. You can get 15% off the first month only using my promo code, but it is a $50 a month add-on. The reason it's an add-on is because this is not our technology. We're licensing from the people who created Go No Go. But what we've also tried to do though is add some value by creating scans. These are more swing trading scans for Go No Go, and this this one here is an intraday scan for Go No Go. I'll explain how you can see this. So before you would even consider it though, take a look at the two videos that have been created, a little bit of text about what the color transitions are all about, okay? So, I mean, certainly watch the videos, take a look at this, and see if it makes sense for you to even try it, okay? Because remember, it is an add-on. Now, for those of you, if you're trying it, if you took out a subscription to it, and you're wondering, well, wait a minute, I clicked on that channel, and I'm not seeing the go no go charts. What I'm seeing are bar charts. It's a bar chart, but it doesn't have all those color transitions. So the first thing you have to do, first of all, you should be on the latest beta. Okay, number one, be on the latest beta. And then when you click on any alert that you see here, okay, alert that you see here, I'll click on JP Morgan, and you can see immediately it turns into the go no go chart. Now that still doesn't work, okay? If you right click on the chart, then just uncheck use browser interface, okay? Of course, the problem with that then, because if you want to use the trading view, then you have to be using the browser interface. So hopefully, if you do download the latest beta, that you don't do that. You don't have to uncheck use browser interface. Okay. Now you've got the go no charts. And now you know how you can also first change the time frame. You can take this chart out, make it free floating, which is what I did. And so you've got, this is how I did this. I created a free floating chart, duplicated 3 times, created these time frames. And the whole basis behind the go-no-go charts is all about the color transition. So let me see if I can get one that makes sense. So this scan here has been developed to be used with the go-no-go charts on a 3-minute, okay, 3-minute chart, and these are intraday plays. So if you click on New from the toolbar and click onto Market Explorer, this box will pop up. Right click on it, hover over Select Strategy, and these are all the Market Explorer scans, okay? But what you want to do is scroll down to Go No Go, Another box will pop up. Ooh, this is one that has been another one that's been created. Michael snuck this in. So this is what I'm using. Go no go. Or go no go Momo 3 minutes. I'm gonna load this one. I have no idea what I'm going to see here. Ah, I know what it's saying. Okay, I thought this was only going to be a top list. So you what it's looking for? This is pretty cool. Okay, what it's looking for. First of all, let me explain what the other one is looking for. Let's take a look at this INBS. So the idea behind Go No Go is really all about color transition. Okay, when you see orange on the chart, it's basically telling you don't take the trade at all. They don't see an advantage going long or short. And so if you can see my 3 minute chart for INBS, you can see I've got orange right there. Next, it does transition to the cyan, okay? Now what it's telling you is, okay, we're sensing that there could be a trend starting. It's not super strong, but there is a trend starting. And then when it turns to blue, they're suggesting, okay, we're starting to get a strong trend. Now, notice how it pulled back, but eventually it did go higher. Okay, it's not always going to work. Okay, that just because it transitioned to a strong trend, that it's going to just jump higher. But that's the theory behind it. You have orange, don't take the trade at all. You start to see the cyan. It's suggesting we're starting to sense that a strong trend is coming, and then boom, a stronger trend. That's on the upside. On the downside, it's just the reverse. You get orange, and then you get pink, and then you get so orange again. Don't take the trade. Pink is sensing that maybe we're starting to get a strong trend on the way down. And then deep purple is okay. We think there's a stronger trend on the way down. What the scan is doing, it is a very specific look. It's looking for orange and then no more than one pink bar, or excuse me, pink bar being between it and the red or the purple, sorry, the deep purple, or directly from orange to deep purple. So the scan is looking for either orange directly to deep purple or no more than one pink bar between the orange and the deep purple. Because what they're looking at, they're saying, okay, we're sensing that this is an even bigger, when we don't see a lot of pink between the orange and the deep purple, and on the flip side, on the way up, we don't see a lot of cyan between the orange and then dark blue or the light blue. Let's see if I can find one on the way up. I think the BLMZ earlier. Yeah, you can see right there, orange, cyan, and here's all that blue, and then eventually it popped. Okay, so that's what the scan is looking for. Very, very specific pattern. Now, you don't, if you've got the Gonolo charts and you just click on any alert that you've got and you see something that you might like, you can right there. There was the orange and then the light blue, or sorry, the cyan, and then the light blue. You could have taken the trade here. Now, if you're wondering, well, why didn't it show up on this scan right here? The reason being is that in this scan right it had to have a relative volume of at least 5, okay? We don't want to be inundated with alerts in this scan. But notice with the GEO, the relative volume is only 1.93. Again, it doesn't mean it's bad to trade. It just means it's not going to show up in that scan. All right, so I see what Michael was able to create here. This is called neutral and weighting. I don't know what the minimum is. What he did was, you can see that on the 3 minute chart, Expand just a little bit. I think we've got one, two, three, four, five, would be five here. I'm going to ask them what the minimum has to be. Let me take a look at ADMA. I'll explain what I'm. See how we've got. It's basically saying it's neutral. That's why it's saying neutral. Remember, orange means don't take the trade at all. We cannot see an advantage going long or short. So it's basically sort of showing you stocks that are in consolidation, really. Okay, interesting consolidation. And then, will it pop one way or the other? I'm just going to ask them what is the minimum number? Could be at least three. Let me ask them what the minimum number is, okay? Of orange has to do. Yeah, this is interesting because it not only is it showing you don't take the trade, but I mean, it's showing you stocks that are in a little bit of consolidation. Okay. Okay, you found it, Iris? Good. So guys, the SGMT from our AI certainly turned out to be, I did not take this one, but certainly turned out to be a good one. I mean, 309 down to 350, that is a 13% move. I was reluctant to take it. I thought maybe 320 might, or the 320, it had to get over 320 for me, number one. And I was a little reluctant still because I thought that 20 cents away was 340. I thought for me, it was just going to be a little too close. So, but it's above that high right there of 337, and now the next high is 369. Yeah, didn't Goods have some health issues? Which I hope. Yeah, yeah. Every time you came in the room, I would go Goods. You'd, that's really too bad. Whew. All right, guys. Well, let's see this QXO. This has been on at the pullback. The pullback here on the daily chart, but now the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1561. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. Man, this has been a fast morning. All right, guys, so first of all, I keep forgetting to do this. I should do this right off the bat. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I say approximately because I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and quarter to 3 now. But the main room has been open until 4. That's up to William if he wants to keep the room open, okay? There's no screen sharing. There's nobody on the mic, but the room is still can still be open. So William says he's going to keep the room open until 4 o'clock today. Okay. So when I do take off, there are still people in the room. You can still converse amongst yourselves about trading. Yeah, Barry 15. Oops. Okay, Barry 15, Jungle Jim. Oops. Okay, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off. Yeah, and as Michael was saying, this is a work in progress. Okay, as far as that, the neutral and waiting 3 minutes is a work in progress. That's the goal, Stevie. Stevie in our YouTube room. Barry will be leaving for lunch and never return. All right, guys. So now with these large cap gainers from the open, I'm starting to see some moves here, but I'd rather not take a long trade right now until the market either A, stops moving down or B, starts moving up a little bit. Okay. So I would rather, just see, even if it just doesn't have to be moving higher, but just stop moving down. I think Draw mentioned TIL earlier, and this has been an awesome one also. 31%. Didn't see this in the pre-market. And the reason, well, it actually had a little bit of activity in the pre-market, closing around 14. Maybe the volume is so putrid or something, because I did not really see this in the pre-market. But boy, what a run it's been on. I mean, it's just been straight up. TIL been straight up. Yeah, I tend to agree with William. I mean, somebody posts something that might be interesting and check to see, well, why? Yeah, maybe it meets your trading style. TIL, so obviously they did some reverse splits, 3 million in the float. It's still way, way down in the lifetime range. See that 2.2% red. What does that really mean? If somehow we had a lifetime candle for TIL, a big lifetime candle. It would be right near the bottom of it. Well, that's good too, though. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's kind of what I do, don't I? I say, listen, guys, if it takes out this high right there, if it breaks through, this could be a really wink, wink, good trade. So I'm not. I have to be so careful about what I say. I cannot say take this trade right here, guys. So what I try to do, I say things like, okay, the breaks kind of like the one I'm not in. Where is it now? Or I was saying with the VTX, if it takes out 1220 right there, that 1220 level right there, it was right there. 1220, it could be a really good trade. That was the level I was waiting for. I don't understand why I didn't have a price alert there. But if you had listened to me and said, okay, I do see what he's talking about, takes out that 1220, but I'm never going to say, okay, everybody should take this trade because it took out 1220. I just can't do that. Yeah, last thing I want is to be sued. Like I said though, until the market stops moving down, I'm a little reluctant to go long anything right now, even if it's setting up nicely. But look at the TIL, man, oh man. So this is shortable for me, 259,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but so they're rising because they're exiting operations in Manchester, UK. All right, well, a market like that. All right, QXO is now above that high right there, and it still has a ton of room, right? This is the one that had that huge drop down. Again, I'm not 100% sure. I think there might have been, I don't know, restructuring or something that went on because I don't think it had the devastating news to drop it from 81 down to 8 or 11. So this one, okay, the way this one is working also is that if it moves off the scan, it interesting. Okay, I like that because for instance, you was there. So what happened with you? YOU? Aha, so it broke out. It did break out a little bit, and there was a little buy flag right there. So 30.75 got up to 30.99. Not bad. So I think the way I'd be starting to use this is putting price alerts. Okay, so ELF as an example. Maybe just put a price alert at the high here because we don't know which way it's going, and put one down here. This is sort of outside the price range I like, but I'm just going to show you how I think we can start using this. SDRL again, put a price alert on right up here. went on underneath. Just wait to see if we get an alert. Notice the scan, it has not been that active. I mean, since the market opened, 9:30, only about what 12 alerts, nothing since 10:48. Remember, this doesn't care the direction. It could be up or down. So 10:48, so 11:19 now, so nothing in that scan. Well, there's Summit coming right back, guys. So again, this takes out, there's a little buy flag, but we had a sell flag right there. So, a little mixed, but it has turned blue. Hmm. Well, I have to stick an alert if it takes out 20 again. That could get it running again for a while. This did hit 21 something, 21.50 in the pre-market or after, not pre-market, but what time was that? That was about 10:30. Keep an eye on this one if it takes out 20 guys. So it's already transitioned. Give me a moment, guys. Boy, keep an eye, guys. 20 SMMT. Even 20 TIL. My goodness. I mean, this is just massive rip here. Wow, till. Good call, draw. I think you mentioned this one a long time ago. TIL. Did not see this really in the pre-market. Again, it might have been the volume was so low. It wasn't, didn't meet my scan requirements, but Look at this. Still have no earnings plays. None. Zero. Neither up nor down. All right, guys. Relay just made a new high. Made another new high. I mean, I have my doubts it'll get through 10, but hey, it might. The next high looking left is 1030 on the weekly chart anyway. Holding my breath. I may have to put myself on mute. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. All right, guys. Yeah, good luck. I'm having to pay attention to you know what. Okay, I took myself out basically flat of the summit. Okay, SMMT. I'm still interested in it, but I was hoping I had a little bit of a gain in it, but I was hoping it would really. I know it won a race, but I was really hoping it would really pop. So I'm gonna stick an alert around 2024 and see if it takes that back again and runs. Okay, that's why I just had to keep staring. I did not want to see it give up 20 in a big way, which it didn't. But I took myself out of the trade basically flat. So I have an alert set around 2020 and see if it takes that out later. Whew, okay. Yeah, FLBG. I'm seeing somewhere. Yeah, FLBG. What is this one doing? Well, now look at the room this has got on a daily chart. This FBLG, excuse me. FBLG has got a lot of room on that daily chart, has about $1 to the next high. No one's saying it's getting there, but probably a low float. I'm going to have to load that again. Well, not low, 35 million. Certainly not a low float, but not high. And let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news today. There was some news on the 5th. Reports inducement grants under NASDAQ listing rule. Okay, whatever that is. So, yeah, SPY bounce. So let's take a look. Maybe some of these large caps, and we'll start to move again. SPY bounce, guys. Okay, Summit is still, I mean, it's still alive. Okay, I just didn't want to see it really collapse. So that's why I took myself out basically flat. So still waiting to see if 2020 is in the cards. So much for a quiet Monday morning. Yeah, that was on. Thank you, Rich. That was on the 6th. We saw that news, but there's no news today on it. Just maybe an extension. Of course, the 6th was Friday, so continuation, I guess. You know what? I think I was mixing cocoa up with Celsius. I think this is the one I've tried in the past that I hated. The Vita Cocoa Company, and I had a coconut. Didn't like it at all. So I don't think I've had Celsius before. But anyway, speaking of cocoa, it is on the move. High today is 26.32. The next high looking left, 27. So it's got a little bit of room. Cocoa's got a little bit of room. Well, there's a little buy button there for the SINT, SINT, little one. What would be nice is if we got a transition. Okay, I've got to put an alert for Sint, S-I-N-T. I want to see if it, I'd love to see a transition also. And this could be one of those ones, later on in the day. I mean, if you look at it on a 15-minute chart, this is still strong looking on a 15. All right, so Michael, yeah, so that explains why. So if you took this neutral and waiting, you notice how they drop off, okay? Well, you don't notice. um, this is more like a top list window. So if if the scan is not meeting the requirements, it'll drop off the list just like in a top list window. And that's what Michael has created. Again, this is really in its infancy. You guys were talking about turn earlier. All right, I'm trying a little scalp trade on this thing. Okay, I want to see. There's a little sell button right there. Okay, let's see. Not taking very much. I just want to, and there's not much room underneath really, but I'm just really interested to see what sort of action we get for SDRL on the short side, if any. Right where I shorted it. So, all right, SINT. So there is a transition. There is a transition. Now I'm wondering why it didn't show up in that scan. Relative volume, of course, is certainly high enough because it went orange right to blue. Talking about this scan right there. I'm wondering why it didn't, unless it has to close. No, I don't understand why it didn't show up. We're going to have to point that out to Michael. Summit, guys. Summit, summit, summit. Okay, I took myself out of that short, the SDRL short. I have to concentrate on some other things here, especially the SINT. And so I took a small, little loss on the SDRL. Oh, okay, so it had to wait, I guess. So there was an alert. Okay, there was an alert for SINT from the scan. It did. I just didn't see it. I'm sorry. I too many S's here. I guess I missed it right there. 11:33, 6:01. But waiting for it to really break out here a little bit more. Take out that 6:15, and with that float, I have to be prepared because with that sort of a float, it could just pop immediately. So I got my finger on the submit button and it doesn't matter what price I'm looking at, but yeah, what a bounce in the SPY. No kidding. Not that this matters. I mean, SINT doesn't care about what the SPY is doing. It's definitely just trading on its own. All right, guys, let's see if if SINT has a move in it. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, we had the move. I just had to wait. Took some off already, guys. I mean, I just, with that float, I had to take some off. Because what did it get up to? It got up to right into this level here, and that's kind of where it stalled. So interesting, guys. We have a little bit of confirmation, okay? We had the little buy flag right there. We had the confirmation on the transition from orange directly to blue in the go no go chart. But you just got to be so careful though with with a float like that. I'm out now completely. Okay, I mean look what happens. I mean this to me was always going to be a very quick hitter if it worked. Now this could be one later on in the day though. Is one of those later on the day later on in the day plays. I'm going to stick an alert around 6:50. See if it takes that out later on in the afternoon sometime. Oh, meanwhile, Summit is back, not in it yet. I don't know if I can. I'm going to be taking my break soon, so I'm not sure I want to enter anything right now. Well, you can see how that scan works now. I mean, look at Rye just, you know what? I mean, what I'm noticing, it's great to find stocks that are in consolidation. I mean, look at Ride right here. Yeah, Summit may run without me, guys. I'm going to be taking a break. And that's the problem with the low floats, okay? I mean, yeah, they work beautifully when they pop it, they can drop just as quickly. So that's what I was afraid of. Not afraid of, but I mean I was wary of. I mean, obviously I was hoping it would keep moving and moving, but I got what I wanted out of it. Now, Todd, don't ask what's happening, okay? Exciting morning though. Exciting morning. Oh, okay. Look at ALGS, guys, right into the 200-day moving average. ALGS. Don't really think I've seen this one. No, look at the float, 2.5 million in the float. ALGS right into that 200-day moving average. Actually, lots of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 260,000 to short. So there's certainly plenty of shorts available. You got to wonder, will that stall it? I don't see any specific news for it. Is it? Let me take a look at ALGS. Let me see the bid ask. Yeah, not the greatest. 1688.17. I mean, not terrible for a stock that could really jump, but because of that float, 2.5 million in the float, fairly expensive for that float. Man, TIL, great, unbelievable move, really, for a stock that I really didn't see. I mean, only 551,000 have traded. We're almost halfway through the day. All right, guys, I am going to just confirm that's Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, Chris. Okay, guys. Boy, the SGMT, which I did not take. This is actually, look at it on a 15-minute chart. Hardly any pullback whatsoever. Look at the market. What a what a comeback. I mean, that's a big comeback, guys. 542, 545. There's a buy right there. There was a sell there. A buy right there. Well, for me, that was an excellent exit on the SINT, SINT. We had a very, very quick pop, and now the big drop. Look at G dot, guys. Wow, G dot on the move here. G dot on the move, and we had that transition. The relative volume is not large enough, big enough for it to show up on the scan. Again, it doesn't mean that you can't take the trade though, or be interested. With orange, cyan, blue. Okay. No confirmation from Chris yet that he'll be in the room. And look at the SPY. Look at this little action here. Orange, cyan, blue. Well, don't tell me. I might have to run out and get some more of that Celsius stuff. I only bought one can of it. Might be my good luck charm. You might be right, Poe. And you're wondering, right about what? Oh, okay. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about probably a little less than 8 minutes. He usually shows up a little bit before noon. Okay, so Eastern time, of course. What I'm going to do is put my announcement up there. And get prepared for Chris to take over for me. All right, guys. So again, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. Let's take a look at OSCR. I do not use Brokers Plus to do my trades. No, Greg, I don't. I really have no need to. I've been using Interactive Brokers for 8 years now, and I'm just so used to placing my trades from within. So I just really have no real need to use Brokers Plus. Remember, we've got external linking tool. So when I click on an alert, any alert anywhere, any symbol anywhere, it just loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. And from there, I trade it. I don't see, like, for a person, I just didn't see a big advantage to using Brokers Plus to do it. Well, I can't share it, Greg. It's in my brokerage platform. I can't do that. I mean, it's in my brokerage. I can't share my account with you. Sorry. I mean, imagine if I hope you understand. I just can't share my account with you. So I mean that's what my layout looks like. I think I heard a pop, Chris. So just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. So you understand, Greg, right? It's not like sharing a trade ideas layout. Okay, cool.
Wait, you don't share your account?
All right, Chris, I hear you now. I do hear you.
You don't share your
moment as I.
Hello,
Chris. I don't know if Chris hears me.
I hear you.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. I was teasing, saying you don't share your IB account with people.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I think you saw him before. Yeah, he's wondering about sharing an.
I tried to explain that to them before. Yeah, that's not something that can be done.
Anyway, what a morning, man! What a morning.
Yeah, certainly has been.
I don't think your what a morning is the same as my what a morning, but
no, but I took a trade in TERN this morning, and that worked out okay.
Oh, TERN, yeah.
Yeah, I grabbed at around 940, not time, price.
Right.
And when we got hung up here around the 990s, I got out at 980.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so it was a very, very nice move, and that felt nice.
yeah. A lot of volume, 16 million shares. Yeah. A lot of volume, 51 times relative volume. So that, big move.
I'm still watching it here, but it's up $2 and just fighting with $10, and we know how $10 can be, and that's some resistance going back into July, and I'm just like, I think I'm happy with what I did.
And you probably don't even know. You probably don't even know what it does.
I couldn't possibly. It would be impossible for me to care less.
Well, just to let you know, it's one of those obesity drugs. Okay.
Yes. Well, I hope we're all skinny and beautiful one day. Maybe they'll come up with a pill to fix my face.
Now, Chris, I've seen your face, and I love your beaming mug. As I say every time. Anyway, you know what? I better let me go.
Yes, absolutely.
Talk about some trading. Okay, Chris.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a few minutes here.
Okay.
All right, everybody, give me 1 second. I forgot to move some stuff on my screens. There we go. Share. Perfect. Let me adjust something here so we don't see any notifications coming in. All right, we're off and running, folks. So happy Monday to all. as per usual, open forum here. My name is Chris Varley. For those that don't know, help with the support team and trade ideas. I do the Monday sessions at noon Eastern. Here we're leaving Barry, getting him a break around, well, what's lunchtime for me and it's still breakfast time for him, actually. As I said, it's an open forum. I don't come with any pre-done content. I hope that you folks have questions that drive the drive the content here. Oftentimes the questions you have are similar or the same as questions other folks have, and it creates a nice community vibe here. And as I often say, selfishly, it helps me become a little better at what I do at support here when you folks are driving the content, and points me in a direction things that people are thinking and looking at as far as the software and trading goes. So I can hopefully better assist. After all, the goal here for everybody is leveraging Trade Ideas software to make money. If you folks aren't doing that, it doesn't bode well for us as a company. It doesn't make sense for you to subscribe to something you're not making money with, of course, right? So our goal here is to do the best we can to get you profitable. But there is some personal responsibilities that we all have to take in the world of trading. Trade Ideas is a wonderful tool, but its limits are what the limits are of what you folks are willing to put in for work. So anyways, with all of that said, let's see, things to do in Hawaii. I'm sure there's a hefty list of those. Is there a way to create an ETF watch list like that green layout on the left? I'm not, that must have been from Barry. You were talking about the green layout on the left, but yes, there is a way to create an ETF watch list. And I've even created a symbol list of the ETF watch list that I use. So first, I'm going to give you a video on how I did this, just so you can see at your own leisure after we go over this all here. Just bear with me while I look for that video. Copy link. All right, so there's that link. That's how I did this. Now, you can follow along here, and if you go to new top list, yours is going to default to be, I don't know what your default is going to be set up to be, but essentially you're going to want to come to Windows specific filters. I get rid of all the filters. You could sort on whatever you want. You can choose from the items in the sort column here, or you could search in here and then find something you want to sort it on and click sort by. The next step would be come to symbols list, add existing list. Go ahead and scroll down to what did I call this again? Sector analysis user's guide right here. So if you click that, you get the list that I'm using there. All right. And you go ahead and click that and make sure this drop down following says only the following list. So the scan will only look at those stocks, and then you press OK. Voila. You got this, and it's only looking at those stocks. Then you can change, you can come in here, right click, configure. You can get rid of columns you don't want, add columns you do want. If you don't see what you want in here, again, you'd come back to search and search what you want, find it, show column, you'd select it and click on show column. That's the short and skinny of how that is done. Let me get rid of that one. I'll bring mine over. And you're looking at a pretty basic list here on ETFs. I have a few maybe obscure ones in here with communications and some REITs and stuff like that. But for the most part, it's going to have all your main ETF sectors in there. And of course, if you ever want to add to it, all you'd have to do is create your own list. And you can do that by going to Tools, Symbols List, create new list, give it a name, right? Press OK, and then look for that list and start adding those symbols to it. And then once you've done that, get rid of that list because I don't want to have it clogging things up. Once you've done that, that list will then be in one of your top list scans, or be in any scan under the symbols list. So again, you'd come back to the symbols list here in the configure, add existing list, and look for that list that you wanted, because you can have a scan look at multiple lists at once. You can have it exclude multiple lists too. We just flop that and go to exclude the following lists, right? And then the scan would never look at those stocks. So there is all of that to do as far as, and that applies to any watch list that you want to make, not necessarily sector ETF or anything like that. So if you had, large cap, small cap, tech only, whatever it is that you wanted to see for a watch list, you could do that. And then of course you can update that anytime you want. What are my thoughts on SMMT? I don't have any, but we could look at the chart. SMMT. Sorry, I'm watching this LASE too. Let's see, SMMT. I mean, it's up like 60 something %, right? So kind of hard to, just froze my software. That's so awesome. So, SMMT, it clearly had some kind of news or something today, Peter, that has it up 60 something %, which is good for like $7 or $8. It's just not something I'm going to go ahead and chase. That's all. It's up a ton, and I'm not going to chase it. That's my thoughts on it. Like I'm not even looking at it. It was on my watch. It was on a personal watch list of mine because I like the setup that was going on. But I can't anticipate that some kind of crazy news like that would happen. I was watching this setup right in here as, long consolidation going on for a very long time. Clearly, it just went completely nutso today with that gap up and go. And it never gave a chance to enter. I mean, how are you going to enter something? For me anyways, the thing gaps up, $5 or whatever it is. And then it just kept going. It had a short pause here, but it wasn't even 10 o'clock before the thing just ran off and up and over $20, right? Over $21. It just never gave an entry. It just wasn't realistic. That's all there is for me anyways. Other people may think that was a viable entry to take, or, chase or whatever it is. And so be it, and good on them if they made some money. But, that violated nearly every rule that I have in trading. So couldn't do it. So that's my SMMT. Well, this is very unfortunate because when there aren't a ton of questions being answered, I like to go through the top 10 of this race here. That's clearly not going to be happening now that crash just happened on me. So lovely. But what are you going to do? So I just said, I was watching LASE here. It's gotten away from me again, so that won't be happening. All right, it hasn't all the way gotten away from me. My other thing with LASE is that, it's only traded on 863,000 shares today, and I'm looking back here at, this going back to the spring, early spring. It's running into the winter. It's running some pretty good resistance right there. So I don't know. I'm watching it. I mean, it's one we've seen explode numerous amounts of times over the last year plus. Certainly capable of, moving a bit more, up 18%. But, would it shock me if it did more? No. Would it shock me if it collapsed? No. Would it shock me if it stayed right here? Again, no. So there's all that for you. I really don't know what the news might be on it. Sorry, Peter. I don't really have anything for news. We could click here, and I don't know if this news tab has got anything. It regained compliance with the NASDAQ. There you go. That's the last thing that I see there. So whatever that means, I'm guessing they had a reverse split at some point, maybe. No, because lifetime high is right here, so that's not a reverse split. So yeah, whatever that means, I guess that was a positive unfolding of that there.
Nice.
So still watching this here, this LASE. Hard. Hard to not want to jump on it. Just that volume and the resistance back here has me very hesitant. Again, folks, come with some questions for me. Come with some questions. No, Tom, sorry. No way to import anything in the TI at all. We don't have those candlesticks. They're not currently on the development board either right now. Oh, you know what I had earlier? I want to put back up here. Duplicate this new trade wave thing. It's interesting. I don't like a lot of stuff on my chart, so I'll probably run this for a week or two here just to kind of get familiar with it. And I'm, going to put it up during these live sessions here just to showcase and feature it. As anybody that's been here long enough knows, not a fan of stuff on my charts. I run very few indicators for a reason. But this is an interesting, again, this goes back to like with the go, no goes, right? You're someone that's, still struggling to figure out a trading plan. This could be a tool that helps you get a trading plan together, right? So I think it's fairly interesting. Looking at it, I wish it was around, or I knew about it years ago when I was still trying to work my way through any sort of a trading plan whatsoever. But there you have it, sports fans. My thoughts on APLD. APLD. What are my thoughts on APLD? I had an alert on this. It got away from me. My concern was this recent resistance here. I should have not let that deter me because the relative volume and the liquidity is very high for both today. We had a strong gap up and then a bit of a fade, and then market got strong again here. Kicking myself a little bit on this, especially because when I was looking at, I can't show you anything at this point because of that freaking crash. Yeah, I was going to show you my 30-day market breadth and my other compare count windows, but they all reset completely, so all that data is gone. But anyways, they were all showing bullish anyways. Even when we started to fade, they remained fairly bullish. So APLD, I liked it. It's gotten away from me. It's up 31+% right now as a $6 stock, or it was a $5 stock, and now it's $6. So I'm not going after it from here. I don't think. I think most of the move is made. If it makes more of a move without me, so be it. I'm just not going to risk the capital on it. There's unlikely to be an entry that makes sense for me at this point. So up real strong, having itself a day. I was watching it, unfortunately. Answering questions and support causes me to miss trades like that, and that's the way it goes sometimes. So that's what I got. That's what I got on APLD. But yeah, nice move. That came from the scanner here. I saw it early today. RLAY, something very similar here. This thing's up $3 and change, $4 almost. And it came from down here under $7, and it's just hard. Like I just find it very hard for me to chase stuff like this. And yeah, sure. In hindsight, it's not a chase, right? Because it kept going. But what am I willing to risk? Where am I willing to put my stop? I didn't have a stop. I didn't have a place that I liked for putting a stop on this here. Just what it is. I accept that there are trades like that I will miss.
Nice.
And I'm okay with that. And I am okay with that. There's Lace setting off a price alert for me. I'm bopping around up here at this level of the high of the day, give or take, fighting with that 710-ish level there. Anyways, keeping an eye to that as it is. What else? RDFN. I've seen this a number of times over the last week or two here. So yeah, it's made some big moves. Making a bit of a move here now, as a matter of fact. And some volume came back into it pretty good here, up 70 or 70 cents, breaking that $10 level. I'm going to have to watch this one. You can see it's at this resistance right here that it's kind of had for a while. It's broken in the past. So did it break it, come back and test support or test resistance as support, and now it wants to move up again? Doesn't seem unreasonable. It's not doing anything unusual as far as volume goes, but it is still a liquid stock. Short float is pretty good short float. So, depending on where folks are short, they could be getting nervous here. It's been a while, been a long while since it's been at these levels here. This is very interesting here. Very, very interesting look. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that one. Oh, lace went. Look at that moving lace. Well, them's the break sometimes, right, folks? Just hard to jump on that. The stock is a bit spready. It's at 7 cents right now, and that spread has been as much as 12 or 13 cents, and just hard, Don't want to hand money back to the market. And the spread starts to tighten up a little bit down to 3 cents, back to 4. Anyways, RDFN setting off an alert, setting off a price alert. And keep an eye there. Let's see if that one doesn't get away from me. Let's see. All right. Well, I guess I had some other stuff that I was watching today that likely came from my races, might come from one of my other scans too. And again, folks, chime in with questions if you have them. Please don't leave yourselves hanging and leave me hanging if you have questions. Right? I'm happy to answer those. Just let me know. So I'm watching this RDFN here. Don't be afraid to come with the questions, folks. Please, please, please. So, all right. No other questions coming in at the moment. I guess let's go over, let's see, what are we looking at here? So we talked about lace. I was watching the CCC, quadruple C that came in. Looks like it had a big gap down, reversed itself. Okay, liquidity, good volume. And looking at that, just looking at IPO scoop. Do you ever trade these? Nope, I don't. Nope. I mean, if something comes through my scan and it happens to be there, then sure. But I don't use IPO scoop for anything ever. I never look at it. I know it's, people use that to set price alerts on upcoming IPOs so that when it does IPO, the price alert goes off and they know the stock is trading live. But never been my cup of tea, quite personally. TERN, so this is what I talked about with Barry. I took a shot on this here. And yeah, so far so good that I made the exit that I did. I'm still kind of watching it, but like I talked about with those other two stocks that were up quite a bit and resistance, things up 27%, good for $2. It's under $10. It's got this resistance back here. It's hard for me to want to get back into something after I've already made some money on it. and it's, you know, sitting in a position like it is right now. So we'll see what happens. LUNR was another one. I was coming through some races here and I was watching. Again, a hard one to get involved. You got a lot of resistance back here. It's not doing anything special on volume. Market's chopped around a little bit today. So anyways, that's that. RILY was another one I was watching. This, you know, made a nice move early on and just kind of fading out for the rest of the day here. Wasn't overly interested in this just because this daily chart and what we see going on here, and it's kind of pinned down in the low end of this range right there. But you know, you never know when something might be able to break. And if it did break, you know, above this level here, there is some room up here to that 7 and change level. So obviously not going to ignore it a whole lot, but or excuse me, we're not going to ignore it, but we're not going to overly pay attention to something like that. So RILY was something I had my eye on. STKL was another one. Again, you know, up decent, not anything insane, but this resistance level that was right here, and it's kind of topped out at that 650 level and hasn't been able to do much since. Still keeping an eye on it. I mean, you know, 10 relative volume and 1.7 million shares traded. I'm certainly not turning my back or ignoring that at this point, right? Last but not least, the things I was looking at, NNE, a bit spready. So I wasn't, you know, RDFN made this big move right here earlier in the day and kind of faded off of that, then made a big move down this way. So I got an eye on it. If it gets back at that $8 level, maybe take a look at it again. But for now, I'd say so much hype around the technology before. Oh, Triple D. Yeah, I ain't seen these guys in a hot minute. This is 3D printing, right? Yeah, 3D printing. I'm pretty sure they had a reverse split at some point. Maybe not. 56 lifetime high. Maybe they did make a run that high. I can't remember. I mean, it's an ugly, 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 ugly daily chart, right? Let's get a good look at it here. Yeah, I mean, that's horrible looking. That looks like it has support around 0. So it's up 10 cents today. Yeah, you know, not a lot to comment on that. But yeah, I remember, you know, 3D printing was all the hype and all that stuff like that. It was going to be the next whatever it was going to be. So apparently that's not happening. What else do we have going on here today? Well, if there's more questions, please, you know, get those in for me here. That is what I'm here for, to answer some questions. Outside of that, you know, maybe we'll just dive into the market a bit here. So we'll start with Z-Spy. And let's go to candlesticks for this. I really want to be in go, no go right now for that. We could compare. We can go back and forth. So we're pretty stuck here right now, right? Let's see. You know, that sell-off and this bounce and a bit of a sell-off again. What's next? Everybody's guess is as good as the next person's. This doesn't seem like an unreasonable place to pull back. Test that again. It also doesn't seem like an unreasonable place to come back and test that again. As I've said, this has got to be like week 3, 4, 5, something like that on this. I have no idea if it can go to 680. I have no clue if it can go to 680. I don't make predictions. Could it go there? Sure, why not? It could also not go there, though. Sorry, Neil. You know, I don't. You know, I don't have a reason to give you that it would or would not do that, right? So, you know, Neil's asking APLD, can it go to 680? I mean, I don't see why it can't do it. I don't see why it can do it. You know, I'm looking at this right here, you know, 638 or so as some kind of high that's really tough. And then you've got that 680 here, right? So the thing is already up 36, almost 36.5% or almost 36 2/3%. So, you know, that is a lot to ask for such a small stock to do, you know, $2+, right? That's what you're asking it to do at this point, to over $2 on a move like that. So I think that's a tall ask. Do I think it could do it? Sure, why not? Do I think it will do it? I have no clue if it will do it or not, though. Sorry. Let's head back into the SPY now. So I maintain where I've been the last few weeks. September is traditionally a weak month, blah, 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 blah. You've got U.S. elections that are going to happen in a couple of months here, and obviously it's going to be a really big, heavy influence on the market. Team whatever is going to have this impact on the market. Other team is going to have the other impact on the market, and as usual, both sides are going to fix everything and make your life great. So just remember that when you vote, that everything will be better after you do that. Sorry, just some hyperbole there. Just trying to showcase that the stock market, the stock market's going to stock market. And trying to predict or guess any of that is, a fool's errand. But what we can do is we can take some technical levels here, right? And this is a really big technical level there. This pullback level is a very big technical level there, obviously, and obviously of all-time highs. So you've got this, really broad range that's gone on right now for a long, long time. And, we get this, this recent pullback here that, it's definitely a bearish move. And then this really, really bullish sharp bounce from it here, that's then met with some fading, right? So the idea of what I'm trying to convey here is that this isn't a market to just go running into without some kind of really well thought out plan and defined levels on what you're doing with those stocks involved in that plan, right? Chance favors the patient here and these kinds of things. And those that, not just the patient, but the prepared. So those that are prepared and patient and have a well thought out trading plan to one side or the other are going to be the most rewarded people in this here. Those that just kind of, that looks good and I'm going to do this based on my predictions. Those are the people that are going to get hurt the most, right? And so, for me, this has been a market for the last couple of weeks, especially on any of my swing trading, where when the money's there and we start to fade a little bit, I'm getting out of trades. I've left some money on the table. Not the first time I've done it. Won't be the last time I've done it. I had some trades that hurt me because, that's the way it goes. Your stops get hit, or sometimes, on that there, I had some stops that got blown by and there's nothing I could do about that when they gapped down. But stops are there. They protected me from any really massive loss, right? And, we ride some of the recovery back up. So outside of there being some kind of insane news, I think we just see a lot of this going on here. I think, likely things is, grinding a lower or grinding a higher. I don't think we're going to see any big sharp off to the races we go. I don't think we're going to see any big sharp off to the races we go to that side as well. Again, if aliens come down from outer space, obviously we're going to probably see the stock market react, real harsh to it one way or the other. I have no idea how Wall Street feels about aliens, so what side that'll go. But outside of some major event going on like that, the major event everybody's waiting for is these elections, obviously. And they're a big deal. Obviously, they're a big deal. Q's not quite as much of a bounce as the SPYs last I looked. Bear with me 1 second here, folks. All right, we crashed out again. So I'm trying to change some stuff here. Maybe I have too much software running. I don't know. See if I can't get that stopped from happening. So if you can bear with me while the software loads again. All right, let's go back to the cues. All right, so they didn't bounce nearly as much as the SPY did, right? And so tech looks weaker. It gives you more of a bear case if that's where you want to be. Again, I'm in neither case. We're likely to be in a range, but I think this obviously is a huge level that we gapped up. We came back and tested that, and we filled the gap and bounced off of. So this is going to be one of those markets. If you've never heard of the saying before, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. And I think that's going to be, a big case to do with the markets in general right now. Let's move on to the diamonds representing the Dow. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again. There are many folks out there that will argue this is the most important index in the world. Those people have all made much more money than I have in the stock market for a long time, and so I'm not going to argue that. And just kind of, very nice move out of the end of last year, grinding along and a pullback, and a pullback, and grinding along and a pullback, and new all-time highs again. So, you've got three different indexes here with three different looks. You've got the SPY, neutral-ish right now. You got the Qs looking bearish, and you've got the Dow leaning more bullish. So, pick your fighter and your thesis, right? And obviously that fighter should relate to what you're doing in the market and what your goals are, the type of stocks you're trading, your time frame, so on and so forth, right? Last but not least, on this part of what we're going to look at here, the IWM, we're back below that level. That's a very big deal to me as far as the IWM goes. And at the same time, it's not. So the big deal is IWM, I like to consider a risk on, risk off indicator. When the IWM is looking strong, that means people are putting money to work. Market is probably trending a little nicer. Obviously, we have not had any sort of a trend in the IWM in a very, 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 very long time. If we go to a weekly chart here, this will indicate it a lot better here, right? So you got to go all the way back here. We topped out in 2022, right? At the very beginning of it. And then all of 2022, we enter a bear market. And, finally here in 2024, after 2+ years, we poke our head back out of this major, major level here, only to poke our heads right below it and above it and below it again, right? During that whole time, we've made many new highs in the NASDAQ and the S&P and the Dow, while the IWM has continued to lag and lackluster. But I think you'll find a lot of folks out there, outside of some of your trades that just went. The overall market had a lot of we're up, we're down. Now we're up more than we were down before, but we're back down, but not quite as down as we were. Then we're back up again, just a little more than we were. So, while the trend has been up in the overall market, we've seen a lot of that chopping around like that. When we see the IWM start to trend, we're going to see a lot more stocks in general start to trend. And that's what I would consider more a risk on environment. And that's the big deal part of it. The not big deal part about what's going on right now is, again, you just have a lot of people looking at each other in the market, or a lot of algos or traders or whatever it is you want to, the big market movers, all kind of looking around and waiting for this election to happen, who goes in, and not just the election, but possibly a nation's reaction to the election, obviously, and things of that nature. So while we're sitting around waiting for that, IWM just not going to see the inflows to it like it will when we're outside of that. And yes, there's always going to be some election going on, blah, 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 blah. But this is the big one, and then the next thing will be midterms in 2026 and all that crap like that will have some bearing, but not nearly the bearing that what we have going on right now. So I'm not a news trader. I can't stand the news. I don't ever look at it. I couldn't possibly care less, but I simply cannot ignore the fact that this is very normal cyclical kinds of things going on here. one for seasonality and two for the presidential cycle. These aren't things that you've studied in the past. You have interest in them. A lot of material out there. You give some web searches and whatnot, YouTube videos, whatnot's out there. Maybe help you understand it a little better, and that might be able to benefit you quite a bit in your trading. So that's that. I don't really want to go over all the sectors, not because I don't want to go over them, but I believe we did this not that long ago, although I was not here last Monday, so it's at least 2 weeks since we went over sectors. I guess if no other questions are coming in, that's where I'm going to head to, is to go over sectors. I just feel like it gets a little monotonous and boring, and I feel like that broad picture is the paintbrush that needs to be run along this fence right now. But folks seem to be leaving me no choice, I guess, on this here. So, all right, I guess with that said, I'll bring over the sector list here. Let's go with position and range for the year, and we'll skip around a little bit maybe. So your XLP, who and what are you, XLP? You are consumer staples. Let's go back to a daily chart. For now, anyways, maybe we'll swap back to a weekly. That is the definition of an uptrend, folks. And again, this is why I like this indicator so much. We're just stepping up here. Sometimes the steps get a little broader. We get a pull back, but not really a step down, and we continue to just step up. And it really just kind of took off this last little bit here as far as that goes. So consumer staples looking real strong here. And your leader on the year right now for sectors, XLRE, that's going to be real estate. That is interesting to see, right? Now, people like to argue about economy and stock market and them being linked, and well, they're not. Sorry, that's how that goes. The economy is not stock market's not the economy, and the stock market doesn't give a hoot about what the average American is struggling with or not struggling with out there. It just isn't really much of a concern to that market. That's just the way it goes. It's not right, wrong, or indifferent. These are just the way price and charts dictate how things are going. But what I would like to note is that while we're not necessarily making new all-time highs at the moment in the market, nor are we selling off, real estate continues to have some recovery here. And what I want to note here is this breakout going on above this level here. Now, will it be a false breakout like what we saw with the IWM? I don't know. Could be, right? But there's no real bigger driver of the U.S. economy than housing, right? How you want to slice that up in the sectors and the data you want to slice that up with, I'll leave that to everybody and their narratives and what they believe and don't believe and all that stuff like that. But what you can't argue is price on the chart, and the price on the chart right now and the trend on the chart has us going this way. The level that's going to be coming up, that's obviously going to be a big deal from when this whole thing came undone quite some time ago. But one thing I will say, you don't usually see real estate doing well in recessions. Again, this isn't a comment to the overall broad picture of sectors of the country and or world that are struggling with inflation and unemployment or any of those things like that. There's no comment on the fact that, the government comes out with all these numbers every month, and then every month they go back and revise the old ones down or up in a negative way. The only thing I'm concerned with is price and volume. And right now, the price of real estate is moving up, and that's just not something you see in weak economies, and that is a fact. Well, I was going to IYR, but it did click IYR. So, this is, again, real estate here, and I just wanted to illustrate this one more time about real estate, right? And this breakout that's going on in real estate again right now. Now, it's at some, it's at some big levels. Both that IYR and the XLR are at some interesting levels there. And should they fail, we could see a lot of things come undone without any question. That's just the way the market rolls, right? But at the moment, strong. Again, I talked about before, I have some obscure ETFs in here. I don't know if this one's necessarily obscure, but it's a REIT. So your real estate trust, right? And this thing is cruising along towards all-time highs at around 30, Yeah, I thought it was $30, 30.78. Sorry, I was looking at this last week or the week before or whatever. So some of these numbers are still kind of in my head from that. Again, bit of a breakout going on here, an uptrend without a question. I'd call it a secondary trend. Well, yeah, I'd call it a secondary trend because the trend has been sideways for a long time, right? That's been a sideways trend. It's now broken. So we've got a secondary uptrend that started here to break us out of this sideways trend. Becomes a primary trend as time goes on and it doesn't collapse back down. For those that are wondering, what is he talking about? Secondary and primary trends, Dow theory. It's a staple of the CMT community. Everything's built around Dow theory and trends. Your primary trends are months and years. Your secondary trends are weeks and months. So right now, that's a secondary uptrend for the moment. Not too far from possibly making itself get consideration for a primary trend. Guess we'll do IYK. Why not, right? So again, consumer staples on a different look here, looking very strong. That's why I was going to skip the IYK just because, repeating ourselves here. Gold. It's funny, inflation peaked out back here somewhere. I don't know exactly where. But gold didn't do what we thought. And when inflation was really rising all through here, gold didn't do what we thought it would do with inflation at all. And when I say we, I'm using the royal we because I don't give a hoot about gold and inflation and anything like that. I cannot take a gold bar and go buy groceries with it. I've never come across a grocery store that says we accept gold. So it's just one of those things I never understood. I still don't get it. Jewelry, shiny, awesome. What else do I do with gold? Like I can't eat jewelry, I can pawn it, but I just rather have had the money to start with instead of buying the jewelry, right? So I get it. It's an inflationary hedge to many people. I feel like it's a dogmatic thing of tradition that's going to be there. I don't ignore it, but gold didn't do what every expert on the planet thought it was going to do for like a long time. And, broken clock is right twice a day, and on a long enough time frame, most people are going to be right. But that's why most of these people out there aren't to be listened to. With all that said, gold's sitting up here at nosebleed levels of all-time highs, so on and so forth, and it doesn't look like it's showing any signs of weakness as far as I'm concerned. Now, I pick on gold all the time. That doesn't mean I don't trade gold-related stocks, especially the miners. They are stocks that I've looked at over the last couple of months and weeks. Never really pulled the trigger on any of them. There's a few that obviously I wish I did if you go back and look at some of the bigger miners out there, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But gold is very strong. Take of that what you will. The same with utilities and utilities. Oh, utilities are up. Market's going to crash. It's a flight to safety, blah, 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 blah. Market hasn't crashed. Utilities remain really up there. They're not far off all-time highs. Just very strange, the price action I've watched in utilities over the last couple of years. There's COVID, right? And then, you got this really choppy grind into all-time highs. Then utilities just become undone with the whole market. But when the market started to recover, utilities did not recover, right? When we got into this bear market overall here, we were overlaying this with the SPY or Qs or whatever. The whole market, started to recover back here. And then this played catch up real fast. And so while the recovery was going on as far as the market went, and then this started to do it way after, a year after the market started recovering from 2022's bear market. Just interesting, right? And usually this is considered a flight to safety and because it's a risk-off trade. Why is that? Well, utilities, everybody's got utilities. Most utility stocks, they will put a nice safe dividend out there, and so folks that are usually exiting your growth and or value stocks that maybe don't have the same protections as utilities rotate money into the utilities. It's usually a sign of headwinds to come. We haven't seen them yet. Could this be really tipping the hand way out? Sure, but again, that goes back to broken clock being right twice a day kind of thing. So nevertheless, there's utilities. I do find it interesting. Never going to ignore stuff like that. Your financial sector, I think this is as important as anything else out there. Your XLF sitting right up here at all-time highs. You don't see the banks perform well in bad economies. And again, underneath the whole economy could be shot, and it could just be all a house of cards and all those things like that. And people have been saying that since, I don't know, the 1970s or whatever it is. And sure, have there been a bunch of bear markets since then? Have there been a number of recessions since then? Yeah. Is the market much higher since then, even inflation adjusted? Also, yes to all of those. So with that said, these are the kind of things that I'm looking under the hood to find weakness. I'm not seeing a lot of weakness in the overall market right now. I'm also not putting a ton of money into the market right now, long term. As far as my swing trades go, as I mentioned earlier on, I get some money, I'm pulling it off. Reset up, reevaluate setups, reevaluate stocks. But this is the kind of stuff that has me willing to put money to work, in and out each week like that. So financial sector looking real good there. I want to skip around a little bit here. Let's do KIE. Is your insurance, if you go through and look at some insurance stocks, you're going to find a lot of insurance stocks near all-time highs. While this is not near all-time highs at all, there's quite a beautiful trend going on since COVID. And if you notice here, in 2022 when things became undone, this didn't become undone nearly like the rest of the market for getting itself right back on the horse and marching itself right on through and up. RSP is the equal weighted S&P 500. I think this is a big deal because when you see let's say Apple or Meta or Netflix, something like that, that's in the S&P 500, really down and dragging the S&P 500 down. But you don't see this dropping very much. And in fact, you see it sitting right nuzzled up next to all-time highs. That tells you that there are more than just 7 stocks that are going up. And I will probably for a long time continue to pick on the people that say it's 7 stocks driving the market. It's not 7 stocks driving the market. Those people are either liars or they are trying to purposely hurt other people. I'm sorry, they're liars and trying to purposely hurt other people in the market, or they're dumb. Either way, they're dangerous. It has not been 7 stocks driving the market. Had there been periods of time where those 7 stocks, whatever they want to claim it is, were helping to drive the market in a sense and prop it up while other stocks either lagged or stayed flat? Yes, that has been the case at times. Has that been the overall case for all this? No, absolutely not. Go back, count the stocks making new all-time highs, and you will see that it's a lot more than 7 over the last couple of years since we entered this bull market, which, yes, we are still in a bull market. So I just think it's very important to point that stuff out. Be careful who you're listening to out there, right? People that are just so right about everything, they're probably really wrong about everything more times than not. Let price dictate what you're doing, right? How many times, again, have we seen a company go back and revise earnings, see the government go back and revise non-farm payrolls or whatever else? That stuff's all up for debate on it. What's not up for debate is the price on the chart. You can't argue that. You can argue it, but they ain't going and revising it for you. I want to keep skipping around here. We talked last week a bit about the biotechs here. I've stuck on a weekly chart because I want to really look back a ways here from where we've been and where we are here, especially because the COVID crash, bears so big in all of this here, right? So, this was the undoing in 2018. This is the COVID crash here. This is at the end of 2018. It was a bear market that lasted for like 30 seconds or so. And then there's a bear market here for COVID. And then obviously, everything shot up and, all kinds of reasons behind that. And a new bear market happens here. So 1, 2, 3 bear markets. For those of you who want to keep score at home, those were 3 bear markets right there that went on. And the IBB and biotech really couldn't do much for a long time. And all of a sudden, this is the kind of stuff where we start making higher lows, and we start getting that uptrend here. Again, is that the end of the uptrend? I don't know. But for now, it just shows us some strength that's still going on here without any question. Where do we want to head to next? I guess we could look at XHB here. Your home builders, again, tying into the real estate stuff. This is just off all-time highs again. Home builders and real estate, they're obviously related in a lot of ways. Again, COVID crash, 2022 bear market, right? And a really nice uptrend again since then. One could say got a little overdone there. Those of you that know me well, I'm not of the mindset, oh, we're due for a pullback. Oh, we're due for an uptrend. Oh, the market is never due for anything. It's due to whatever it wants to do. Just because you think, just because I think, just because they think that it's extended or it's oversold or overbought or whatever you want to call it, doesn't mean it's going to do anything based on what we think, right? So I just always like to be careful when I say something, what I want to state here is that's a pretty good move. It didn't seem unreasonable to see this consolidation and pullback, right? And again, we're looking at a lot of sectors that look much better than the overall broad market. I'm running up against time here. Well, I got some time. Barry's got at least a few minutes before he comes back. KBE, this is going to be regional banks. Again, I'm sorry, it's the banking sector. Sorry, not the regional banks. We'll get to regional banks in 1 second. It's the KRE is the regional banks. This was back here, and this is going to tie into when I get to the KRE here. This is when, First Republic went under and all that crap went on, and, a run on banks was coming in the financial system, get great financial crisis too, and get canned food and shotgun shells and whatever else. And clearly that wasn't the case, right? So again, be careful who you're listening to out there in the narrative. Be systematic, have a trading plan, have stops in place that makes sense, logical reasons for your risk management, and it'll protect you from this nonsense of getting hurt, like that. Because clearly there are people that got hurt on this. There could be no question. How could someone not be hurt by that? I'm sure I took a bunch of losses in there in the overall market when that happened, but that's just trading, right? That's how it goes. That's normal. But what's not normal is for people to get so, hyped up and hyperbole and about everything's over. Everything wasn't over. It's all right. Breathe, right? Let's go to the regional banks now. So, your regional banking doesn't look as nice. So here we go back to First Republic comes undone, right? Well, there was quite a bounce that happened after that, right? Or no, wait, this is COVID, right? Sorry, that's COVID. Here's where First Republic comes undone, right there. That's where First Republic comes undone. And it's been a slow, steady grind higher again. It's not without, some consolidation pullbacks that have gone on, right? A bounce and a come back and test the level. We didn't even test the lows on it. We never even tested the lows on that, right? So again, keep your wits and your minds about you, right? And I've been guilty. Listen, when COVID was happening, I was like, I'm out of this market. I sold everything. Not that I had a lot to sell anyways at that point, but like anybody else, it was freaking scary as heck. And I can't blame for people. There certainly was reason to be concerned while this happened. But one thing to keep in mind about Republic Bank when that collapsed, I think that bank was like $4 billion in market cap or something like that. And Apple at the time was like 1.2 trillion in market cap, right? So let's just keep in perspective of what that bank means to the overall financial system, where you had crypto stocks that likely had more of a market cap than that bank did, right? Again, I'm not saying it's to be ignored. What I am trying to say is don't let your emotions get the better of you with this stuff. Do the math on these things. Math matters. The last but least, or not least type of thing that I want to look at here is technology overall. How do we want to look at tech? Let's start with the XLK. Maybe we'll start and end with the XLK. All right. So XLK is your tech fund, right? And it is your biggest growth sector of the market. And it's been obviously the biggest driver of the market with semiconductors. And just, an incredible run, bear market into the next incredible run. Now we're getting a little choppy here. And, that's the way it goes sometimes. So You know, if we're looking at risk on, we're looking at growth. Clearly, tech is one of the areas we want to be in. It's where we want to be looking to. It's where we need to be the most cautious, right? Because this is the one that can come undone. This is one of the ones that can come undone as hard and as fast as anything else that's out there. And it's also one of the ones that can certainly, without a question, reward us the greatest, right? You know, look at, you know, in the video, right? I mean, look at the move in that. If you got parts of any of those moves, right? Was it SMCI? Was that the other one? That one crazy? Yeah, SMCI. I mean, imagine getting parts of these moves. Hey, look, nobody's buying that and selling that. But imagine you got like a little piece in here, and then maybe you got a little piece in here, you know, of these things. This is a weekly chart, so not illustrating as nice as a daily chart would, but hopefully folks are understanding the premise of what I'm getting at here. Those aren't the only stocks that did, you know, really, really nice runs like that. You can go back and find plenty of others. I think, go to semiconductors, you know, very nice run for ON here, a little more practical looking. I don't think Marvell did well though. Right? Did it? Can't remember. Yeah, it hasn't done, you know, that's lacked compared to some of the others, right? But there's been, without a question, some stocks that have done some really great things. So just keep your head about you, a trading plan. Obviously, scanning is going to be key to find stuff like this. You know, look, Zeta is something I've been in and out of a bunch recently, right? I'm not finding Zeta, you know, outside of trade ideas. I don't think I am anyways. I've gotten some of this run. Again, did I buy this? Nope, I did not buy that. I didn't buy that actually. I bought something in here, I think, and I sold it here. And then I bought another something here and I sold it here. So I got part of this in here, right? I got part of that. And that's what we're trying to do here. Right, Barry?
Well, I don't know, but I tuned in just as you were saying. They're all liars. That's what I heard.
They are. Every one of them. They
liars.
know nothing. No, just talking about, you know, there are people out there for the last however long telling everybody it's 7 stocks going up and driving the stock market. And I mean,
oh, right.
They're either bad at math or they're trying to hurt people on purpose. Either way, I wouldn't be listening to anybody like that.
Yeah, you're right. That's a common refrain, though, isn't it? There's only 7 stocks that are driving the market.
Yeah, and you know, here's the data that it's not 7 stocks. Mm-hmm. This chart right here. This chart isn't sitting near all-time highs of 7 stocks are driving the market. It's just that's easy. It's math. Just
RSP, math. Yes.
Just simple math. That's all. So, wow, I'm glad I didn't take that LASC now. I was watching it for a 7:10 break, which it did make a really nice break above that. But while doing this and everything else that's going on top of the fact that it's not, you know, it's now over 1 million shares, but it wasn't before. Mm-hmm. And now it's come right undone from $7 and under, and doesn't look too bullish right now. So glad I didn't take it.
Well, I had an expensive lunch because I was talking about Summit before, but I just couldn't do it because I was going to be on my lunch break. So, but Summit, you know, SMNT, I mean, with the news that it had, you know, it's eye-catching, and there's really no resistance. I had to go back to 2017. I still didn't see a monthly high back there. So, you know, it's one of those ones that could keep going. I mean, you know, see what happens tomorrow.
Peter asked about it, and it's just one of those ones for me where I just very protective when I see stocks that have made a move like that. Like, where's my entry? Where's my stop? It's very tough. I know intraday, I can have I can wherever I want on that. There was a few other setups that I liked more, so I gave them more attention essentially. So this RDFN, I secretly took that during. Did you tell Peter the news? I don't know the news on the only thing I could find was that it regained compliance with the NASDAQ the other day.
No, there was some other news actually, and I'm surprised because he said he looked at Benzinga, and Benzinga normally should have the news.
Yeah, anyway, they usually have to do with all the stuff.
I can't see it anymore in my IB, but it had some big news, something about it, whatever drug it's got seemed to be better than Merck's.
Oh, here it is. Stock soars on lung cancer. Drug
lung
Merck's,
cancer.
On late stage trial. I swear I did not see this when I clicked on the news for it before. It was down
Mhm.
here just talking about regaining compliance somewhere. I
Right.
don't even see the compliance. Huh.
Well, and it's not a before I say anything, I mean, it's not a crazy low float, 85 million is so it's not
No.
like a crazy low float. So I don't
Yeah.
think they did a reverse split or
No,
anything.
that I
So,
don't think with a lifetime high of 1975.
mhm.
I just wonder if that lifetime high comes from a symbol change or something like that.
Yeah, well, as I said, I went back to 2017 on a monthly
Yeah.
chart, and I couldn't find anything. I said, "Well, I'm not going to go back any further. I'm sure there's somewhere, some month somewhere, but who cares? I mean,
2016.
that's 8 years ago. Who
Yeah.
cares?
October of 2016, I had some huge spike up
There you
there.
go. Okay.
So it looks like some symbol change went on before that.
So listen, Chris, I'm losing my voice. So do you think you can
Ah,
hang in for another 3 hours?
if you need me to, sure, why not?
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Of course, but man, I'm feeling the effects of nonstop talking for almost 3 hours. So, okay, my
Yeah,
friend, listen,
three
thank you.
hours plus like 10 years.
Yeah, plus 10 years. Exactly. Exactly. It adds up. It does
It
add
sure
up.
does.
Okay, my friend. Well, thanks again. And I'll let you know again, we're a little premature. We thought we'd
Right.
have a new room today. So
Yep.
Sebastian has talked to Scott. It's just a matter of getting WordPress, the
Okay.
links done in WordPress. So I'll let you know, and
Sounds
hopefully we'll be in
good.
the new room sometime this week.
All right. I'll be on it. Thanks, Barry.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
We'll see you
thanks.
next week. Take care.
All right, guys, let me get there we go. So I'm sharing now. Both rooms, music's going. So yeah, so a bit of an expensive lunch for me. Though Summit hasn't. I mean, it did very well. It got over that 20 mark. 2020 is where I was thinking that if it got over 2020, it could have a nice run, and it certainly did. Took on a tacked on $1. It has pulled back. The VWAP is still way above the VWAP. $19 is the VWAP, but okay, thank you, Philip. Yeah, I didn't see any complaint. Doesn't make sense, normally compliance information is all about a stock that is not is under $1. I mean, there are other reasons, of course, maybe failing to report things like that. But I couldn't quite see why Summit would be subject to compliance information. The Halter Zooms has been really inactive today. Normally, this is absolutely full. Usually, in the first 15 minutes, we've got a bunch of stocks halted and then resumed, but not today. And I still do not have one earnings play. Amazing. I'm sure we'll get some tomorrow, but because we'll get some stocks releasing earnings after hours today and then tomorrow morning before the market opens. But whatever earnings play there were that are today, not meeting any of my filter requirements, which is a little strange because I mean it's not like I've got okay, the volume has to be 300,000. Other than that, between $1 and $100, I haven't got one. All right, William is saying that eBay, which is the trade of the week, trigger point was 59.60. I would have waited to quite frankly, a break of 60. The reason why is that I look at this weekly chart, and last week's high was 59.79, and the week before that was 59.85. To me, I mean, I know Steve has got his own methodology. To me, I'd probably wait for a 60 break if I were going to take it. Having said that, I'll put an alert list over 60. And meanwhile, what a move by the SPY. So yeah, that looked a little tense right here. And some in the room were thinking this was going to really continue down, but nope, really, really bounced. Look at the alert we had right there. That little buy right there. That's not nothing to do with the AI, guys. This is all this trade. I keep forgetting the name of it. Trade wave, trade wave. Okay, and then also we had the transition right there at 5:45. So a nice smart move by the SPY. New high of the day, up 7 points. That's a big move. Now this could turn around. This could be the high. It could turn right around and start to drop. But right now, definitely some enthusiasm again. Well, I think so much for the Sint coming back later. I mean, anything is possible, but boy, that really, really dropped. SINT, that was a big drop. I got very lucky here, guys. Very lucky. I was able to sell some just right around that 650 mark, and then as it was dropping, I thought, you know what, you better get out of this thing. You never know with that sort of a float. But I was thinking that okay, if it held, around the six level later on in the day, it might have a pop. But certainly, this does not look like it's going to. I mean, again, anything is possible, but it would really have to get some volume coming back in. Yeah, I'm going to get some more this afternoon. I had to go to the grocery store anyway. I only bought one can, but I guess it worked. The heck is in this stuff? Yeah, so lots of caffeine and lots of taurine. High is 38 on the weekly chart. Probably bad chemicals, probably horrible, but so is most of the food we eat. So, but as I say, everything in moderation. Whoever place hard stops or just minimize it and then act accordingly. I rarely put hard stops, Stuart. The reason being, it's a question from our YouTube room. I'm somebody who normally is in no more than two trades at a time. Okay, so consequently, I like to be able to manage the trades on my own. Okay, if I were in five or six trades at the same time, yeah, I probably have to put some hard stops. I could never really. But if I'm in, but typically I'm in no more than two at a time. So I just like to manage the trades on my own. Is there a way, again, our YouTube room, is there a way to turn the list into something like the green box on the left? Are you talking about this? You talking about the relative strength leaders? Things to do in Hawaii? Oh, I'm glad you asked. It's very simple. Yes. Let me get a top list out. It starts off with a top list, okay? So here's a top list. So you have to create your top list. So when you say a list, I'm assuming you have a list. Watch. Right click, show tree map. Done. So you take your top list and you just show tree map. And if you uncheck it, it turns back into the top list. You right click on it. Here's the option, show tree map. Done. Now, if that doesn't happen for you, if you do not have an option, when you right click on your top list window, it says show tree map, you must be in a very older version of Trade Ideas. You have to upgrade. So let me know if that worked. You can see from the tree map, you can do, sorry, from the top list window, you can do two things. You know that you can launch a real-time stock race from it and also show the tree map. So things to do in Hawaii. Just let me know if that worked for you. Are you still there? Well, you just have to create your ETF list. Things to do in Hawaii. Okay, you just have to create your ETF list and then top list whatever the ETFs you want, and then just right click and show tree map. Now I know we have an ETF. Sorry, an ETF. Yeah, I'm talking to things to do in Hawaii in our YouTube room. So we do have an ETF channel. So if I right click on new, and then click on doc channel bar. I know we do have an ETF channel that you could probably do it. ETF racing, okay. So here's who's moving up, okay, who's moving up. So if I right click, open the top list that's based on, okay. So here is so in the who's moving up ETF, these are the ETFs in here. You know, they may not have every ETF that you want, but here we go. So if you right click on it, and now you've got your top list, and then you right click, show tree map. Did you get that, or did I go too quickly? Now, again, it's based on this top list here, but you can make your own top list with the ETFs you want to follow, and then just right click on it and go tree map. And here are the ones on the way down. Same thing. Open the top list. What is it based on? Oops. So again, this is the top list that it's based on. Right click and show tree map. So now you've got two ETFs, one moving up, one moving down in tree map format. I'm not saying every single ETF known to man and woman is in here, but you know it's a good start anyway. All right, guys. So right now I am somewhat reluctant to do much. Already had a pretty good day. I don't want to give anything back. If I do anything, I'll be reducing my risk. Okay. In other words, whatever I was risking before, I will probably have that. So let's say I was risking $500 a trade before, I would be risking probably 250. Well, Stuart, you're asking a question about using I now when you say everyone, you're talking market makers. I mean that's a common, I mean the people that say market makers hunt your stocks and all that. I really I don't know. I mean, first of all, a lot of the stuff that we do, like in here, these certainly these ones, I doubt very much. But you know what? I'm not a big conspiracy theorist when it comes to that. That market makers are hunting your stocks and all that. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. I would doubt that any, these low floaters. Maybe, some of the large cap ones, maybe. But again, I don't really think about it. I see it all the time. Market makers hunting your stocks. I'm sure the people in the room are going to go, yes, they do. Okay. And it wouldn't just be IB. I mean, it would be any broker. There's G dot again, guys. Last time I saw G dot, it was in this area around $11. Now it's 11.44. A little pop up, some volume coming in. Yeah, you're right, Stuart. That is my opinion only, of course. I'm sure if you poll 10 people, you might have 50% saying yes, 50% saying no. Well, guys, I don't really know of one that's going to have a late dater, not of the low floaters. I mean, SINT, as far as I'm concerned, is out of the. Take a look at maybe some of the other ones. No, it doesn't look good for this one either. SMXT. I mean, look at the room it had, but it doesn't look good for this one either. I mean, the way it's really, giving most of the gains up. SGMT, the same sort of thing, giving most of the gains up. Well, the SINT, I mean, listen, I mean, with that float, I mean, anything is possible. I mean, it wouldn't take a lot of volume to pop it up, but that's a big pullback though, from 650 down to 470 on a percentage basis. That is a big pullback. But and it broke down below the VWAP 588. So I mean, if it gets to the VWAP and pops through it, maybe. Joaquin in our YouTube room. Well, I saw DraftKings really early. I know it was moving really early. Take a look at DraftKings now, DKNG. Yeah, I mean it was moving. We saw this move at the very beginning of the day. It was in. I'm pretty sure it was in this large cap gainers from the open. Pretty sure it was in there. Didn't win a race, but I'm pretty sure on that move. That's why I saw it. Pulled all the way back. What did it get to? Got up to 36.83. Pulled back down to 35.64. And 36.12 is the VWAP. So it's above the VWAP now. So if you're a type of a VWAP player, it's above it, 36.12. In theory, you could take this trade around here and put your stop at the VWAP and see what happens, I guess. That's not a recommendation to do it, but if I were determined to take this trade, that's kind of what I'd be looking at for DKNG. So look at Summit now, guys, SMMT. I thought maybe Summit might have that room or that run later. It's not a low float, but it's been pretty choppy now. Under day 20 again. You're welcome, Joaquin. Urtiaga, how's that? Not bad? Urtiaga? Here's Redfin, guys. Now, this was a big one a few days ago. So the high is broken up above the high yet of Friday. The next high looking left is 11. So there is some room for Redfin, RDFN. It's making a nice little move here. Well, for those of you looking for cheap one, here's the WKHS. It really has fallen down. I remember when this was up around 7 a few months ago now, 65 cents now. Wow. Surprised. Probably they're right to do a reverse split, guys, because they got to get that price over a dollar, 23 million in the float. Well, Philip in our YouTube room says he's short SMMT. So there is the VWAP at 1904. So it's getting closer to it. No, this is definitely a bearish sign right there. Going from orange to purple on the go no go chart. Okay, some games have been played because I'm looking now at Interactive Brokers and there are 1 million shares available. Earlier today, there were none available. So now there are 1 million. I wonder if that was a mistake earlier, unless there's just a massive short covering, because there are 1 million shares available now at Interactive Brokers. To short, availability to short for SMMT. Because you guys were talking, Fidelity had a lot earlier. Yeah, this is, yeah, so that getting close. I'm not in it. I'm not short this, but look at the VWAP 1904. The low of the day is 1589. See, Jackie, I don't really think of it like that. I mean, it's always a constant fight between buyers and sellers. Whether algos are involved, I don't know. I mean, maybe in some of the more, stocks that are widely followed, perhaps, but I just don't think like that. You know what I mean? Whether if I said yes, is that going to change anything? If I said no, is that going to change anything? Really? You know what I mean? Question is, do we fight with the algos all the time for any stock? Boy, this is 1905, guys. VWAP for SMMT. This is insane. I mean, since I just talked, which it doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, SMMT, unless people are just saying, okay, they're looking for a bounce here. 500,000 shares have just come into Interactive Brokers. Another 500,000. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is Interactive Brokers. This tells me how many shares are available to short. This morning there were zero. I just said, what, 2 minutes ago, there were almost a million. Now there are 1.5 million. A lot of short covering. Must be a lot of short covering right now. Maybe near the VWAP. Again, that is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So it's hard for me to believe that that many shares came available in a minute. But again, there might be a lot of short covering. With people doing the same thing I'm doing, wondering if the VWAP will hold, which is at 19. And what did it get to? It got down to 1919. So the VWAP's at 1905. So that might be the reason. Well, easy to borrow. Okay, I was trying to think what that acronym was. So easy to borrow and Cobra. Yeah, well, Cobra and Centerpoint and Trade Zero against Specialized. And the fee rate, it's like 1% at Interactive Broker. So it's not an issue. So I guess the news, which was on Friday, and actually that was after hours. This was after hours. The completion of their $45 million financing. Okay, that was their that was announced after hours. The completion of it. So they obviously they had announced it before. So this was the completion of it. So I guess this is the reason why GDOT is on the move today. The completion of that financing. Okay, guys. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a move. We hit a high up here around that 547 mark, and that is a lot many on a 5 minute chart anyway. About a few attempts to get through. So fades of some of these high flyers might be in order if this continues. Was Apple having an event? Maybe that's what's causing the market to drop somewhat. It's not their big event though, is it? Is this their big event that they have every year? Oh, it is their big event. Okay, I did not know. Ah, now there's the AirPods 4. Now I've got the 3 and I love them. I mean, I'm a if you're somebody like me who has to have 6 hours anyway, this has been these are by far for me anyway the most comfortable. I can't have the over the ear. They just clamp. They get so hot after a while. So my big thing is how long will they last in terms of a charge? So somebody look that up for me. Thank you. Okay, Peter. So you have to be okay. So Peter wants to load the race momentum or the momentum wave. Okay. So you have to be on the downloadable application number one. Okay. So what you see here, you have to be on the downloadable application, and then once you have, and you have to be on the latest beta. So if you click on help and about, that'll tell you what version you're on. You should be on at least 5.6.95. Okay, I'm on 5.610, but that I'm on a development version. So when you click on help and about, make sure it says 5.6.95. So before I keep going, I just want to make sure you heard all that, Peter. You may already be on that version, but you have to be on the downloadable application, okay, in order to do all this. Okay, well, okay, assuming you can do that, then on a chart, any chart that you have to right click and then make sure use browser interface is checked. Okay, use browser interface is checked on any chart that you've got. When you do that, you should see an option that says FX. Up in all these, you see where the buy and sell is. So if you go over just a little bit, You should see something that says FX. Like, let me know if this is working for you, Peter, so I can keep going. Because once you have FX, if you can see it, then you just click on it, and one of the options is trade wave report, trade wave, and then that'll get the trade wave going on whatever time frame the chart you're in. Okay. Okay, Peter, did that work for you or no? Okay, so what version of Trade Ideas are you on, Peter? When you click on Help on the toolbar and then click on About. So click on Help and then About. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? I'm talking to Peter in our YouTube room. Let's see. I'm not sure. I don't use it. I don't like the little insert, so I don't use it. More than likely, it is not anything you can do. Let me just see if I can. Okay, let me see if there's an option. I don't see that there's an option. There's a time option, but I don't see there's an option, to change it into candles. Okay, I think it's just a line chart. It's really not spent, it's just supposed to give you an idea about what's happened. Okay, that's all it is. Okay, so you're on a good version then, Peter. So when you have a chart, any chart, doesn't have to be a go no go chart, any chart at all. When you right click, there should be an option that says use browser interface. And when you check that, tell me what you see. Hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. You see the big buy and sell button right there. Hopefully you can see that. And then I just want to, because you should see an option that says FX. If you don't, I don't know. I'm going to have to direct you somewhere because I don't know how to help you. If you right click on the chart, use browser. See, if when I right click on the chart and I uncheck use browser interface, that disappears. FX is not there. When I right click on the chart and say use browser interface, okay, FX is there. So if that's not happening for you, I have no explanation why it would not be happening. You're on the right version. And, I mean, it's pretty, uncheck it. It's not there. Right click, use browser interface. There it is. And then once you do that, then you get that option. You click on it, and Trade Wave is one of the options. You just click on it. Now, sometimes I found I had to click a couple of times for some reason, or maybe it takes a while for it to. But you're saying you don't even see anything that says FX, so that's more of an issue. See, I had to do it a couple of times, and this is really, in its infancy, okay? So a little cell right here on it, on for RLAY. Wow, nice one, 1031 or so, 958 now. Now, right now, okay, the use of it will be something like this, okay? Michael has to create some scans, okay? Because it's all well and good when I click on something I see after the fact that we had this. Doesn't help us, right? Now, if we got lucky and you click on something and the sell or the buy is basically on the candle, the current candle, that's fine. The real use for it right now, before we get some scans, is to maybe take a few charts, maybe 3 or 4 charts, and then you just watch them and you see, you can, some favorite charts, maybe some stocks you like to follow, even the SPY. And then you just wait to see, do you get a sell or get a buy flag? But ultimately, there will be some scans created that'll, not like the go no go, that'll show you when you get a sell. But obviously what Michael has to do is he has to create a scan so you're not getting overloaded by every single stock that might have a sell or a buy. So we're going to have to put some volume requirements, probably a minimum relative volume, things like that. But that will be interesting once that happens. I don't know when that's going to happen, but that is the goal. Now, what would be nice if somehow with this scan right there, it somehow coincides with one of the flags. Well, this one certainly has room, guys. WAL. This is that Western Alliance, one of the banks that really got hit, but completely and utterly recovered. And there's the next low, 77.65. Okay, market is now. So there was that sell right there, sell flag. So, Peter, did that work? All right, guys, one last look at my homepage and the scans that you can have that I'm sharing. So, clicking on my homepage, again, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription. You can use my promo code right here, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, use my code, please. That'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. Company likes to see that, helping to keep the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. Starts off with your download and install, first startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. New to trading, series of videos just for you, Trading 101, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is also free. Somebody said it, I think William said that it did trigger. Let's take a look at eBay. Trigger was 59.60. Personally, though, I would not have taken it unless it took out 60. Just looking at the weekly chart, but completely up to you, of course. Education section is here. And then if you're looking for my scans, click on my homepage link to scroll down, middle section right here. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So these are the ones that I'm displaying. The large cap, well, right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The large cap is here. Here are the halts resumes. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. And then here, relative strength leaders right here. So I have other scans, of course, that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Please don't have them all up and running as part of a giant layout, though, because it's just too much. Hey guys, X Pro just making a new high. X Pro, X Pro just making a new high. What sort of room does it have? When you look left, the next high on the daily chart is 1879, very close. If somehow it can take that out, you've got the 200 day, which is 1932, and the highs are at 1940. So there is some room if it can take out that high, okay, which is 1879. There is some room. Long tab, William. So you're long AZN at 8130, 8143. Take a look at AZN, 8143. On the bounce. Oof. So this is the reason for the AstraZeneca AZN drop. They just put out some news at around 1350, and I'm not going to read through all this, but obviously the market didn't like it. It's not going to read through it all. Doesn't matter what it says, even if they're trying to put a positive spin on it. I don't know if they were trying to. Market did not like it, so it dropped from 83 down to 80. And William is in on a bounce. Boy, I don't know if you're out of it now, because the market is definitely not liking that. The next low looking left, you got some support maybe around 78. Well, that ALGS has just made another new high, guys. ALGS, after that pullback, just made another new high. I pulled back all the way down to 1650 and a big pop, a couple of dollars. Another new high after new high after new high, 19 now, ALGS. I'm not in it. Now the spread is crazy. I mean, I think somebody earlier on, it might have been Draw, said the spread was crazy. It's definitely crazy now, 82.69. When I looked the last time, it was more like 20 cents, which is, not terrible for a stock that can do this, but now it's pretty crazy, and it's all because of the float, 0.4 million in the float A fairly expensive stock with that float. Okay, Peter. Well, you haven't answered, so I have to assume it either didn't work or it did work or it didn't work. I just don't know which. All right, guys. Well, I have a little over half an hour left, so if you have questions, good time. I'm probably not going to take any more trades, but so I say a good time to ask questions. Here's another one that transitioned right from orange to purple. ALGM would not show up on the scan though. The relative volume is only 1.4, and the minimum has to be 5. Again, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade. So if you had seen this in one of your scans, again, really pay attention. You see orange turning, and next candle is either purple or pink and then purple. Really pay attention. That's on the downside. Take a look at the SPY volume. Yeah, it's still pretty low. Look at this. I mean, hardly anything this week. Well, today. I mean, we're more than halfway through. We have 2 hours left, and the volume on Friday was 68 million. The volume here is only 22 million, so very, very low. I mean, this is not high either. All this is not great volume. So we're even lower today. So quick math, we're about two-thirds away. So, we're on 33 million if the rate of trading remains about the same, 33 million, which is, half of what happened on Friday. Okay, guys, and for a little stretch, I'm going to be back at about 2:05. Okay, guys, I'm back. This BCYC, saw this one earlier. Yeah, actually, wow, very, very nice, actually. Has not really pulled back at all in the 15-minute chart, BCYC. So, William, you're just in the general market talk. I don't know if you know that. Sedge, I'm seeing here. So, you're obviously trying to play a bounce on Sedge. I'm seeing it making a new low. Basically, a 2-year low now for SEDG. And not that much above its all-time low, and that is SEDG. It got thumped down this day right here. Went from 31 next day, or 21, and it's been sinking ever since. So I mean, a few days ago, not that long ago, this was a $31 stock down to 18. But even look at a weekly. I mean, this has just been like a lot of the solar stocks. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions, so I think what I'm going to do is just put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Before I do take off, I'll put the trading room link into YouTube so you guys can head over. There will still be people even when I leave in the main room until 4 o'clock. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Okay, guys, I will break in here. This RZLT, there's your pattern. Okay, orange, cyan, blue. And the high looking left, so if it can take out this 512, I mean, it has a shot. So RZLT, not a low float, 45 million in the float, so it's not low. But if it can take out, you can just see what was the high today? 517 was the high, and there's the high looking left is 512. So again, we're at 504 now. If it can take out 517 again, 512 again, it may have a run at the end of the day, and maybe challenge that weekly high, which is up at 6. So if you're looking for something to maybe keep an eye on into the close, it could be RZLT. Does trade ID no, we don't have level 2, Wild Station. It's a commonly asked question. As you know, I'm sure you know, all brokers have level 2, and that's where most of us get if we're looking for level 2, data, but we do not have level 2 from our YouTube room. All right, guys. So I'm getting set to wrap this up for me. What I'm going to do now, for our YouTubers who are still there, I will put the link in so you can get into the main room. The main room will be open till 4, okay, for Eastern time, of course. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put the homepage link into YouTube. If you click on it, you'll see at the very top trading room. So that's how you get into the main room, okay? And that room will be open till about 4 o'clock Eastern. Well, something's happening with this one, guys. Some volume coming into SLRN, SLRN, some volume coming in. And there's your pattern going from orange directly to blue. Is it halted? Not halted. Could be a lot of blocking around 5, looking at a weekly chart. Okay, guys, I'll hang around for another minute or so. Just wait to see if there's any questions. If not, I'm going to head off. Again, I can always stick around if there's some questions. If not, I'm just going to take off. And again, appreciate all the help all day long. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, I don't see any questions. So again, thanks for all the help. I'm going to mute myself now, stop the screen sharing, have to shut down YouTube. But again, William will keep the main room open till 4. So again, we'll see you tomorrow around 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, and YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down completely.